Welcome to the Tailgate Game Day Show. My name is Guy Wayman. Welcome to the Tailgate Game Day Show. My name is Guy Wayman. Tony Herman will be joining us a little bit later when we go down to the field, and then we're going to be taking a look at what's coming up on the show. We are going to be looking at the area teams, the Camdenton Lakers. We're going to be looking at the Osage Indians, Eldon Mustangs, the Versailles Tigers. And then we're also going to be looking at some of the other disciplines in sports like volleyball and softball right here at the lake. Special shout out to those down in southwestern Florida. We're talking the high schools of Venice and Lemon Bay. Venice, congratulations on being state champions for the number six state championship. Congratulations to Coach Brian Wheatley and the entire staff. Kim Pinkham, the coach of the softball team, congratulations to you. You just missed a state championship in softball. Kudos to you as well. Well, Lemon Bay High School, you're going to be with Lakewood Ranch this coming Friday. Venice, you're going to be at Armwood. So you've got a couple of great contests there that's going to be happening. Well, what we're going to do, we're going to take a pause. We're going to roll the intro, and then what we're going to do, we're going to go down to the field, and Tony and I will start the show. This is the Tailgate Game Day Show. Welcome to the Tailgate Game Day Show. Guy Wayman along with Tony Herman. And Tony, it's going to be a good year for both clubs. We're talking Camdenton and Osage.
You know, both schools facing change this year. Osage, School of the Osage, they have a new quarterback coming in with the graduation of Connor Vaughn. And then, of course, in Camdenton, first time in a long time, Guy, that a head coach not named Shore will be behind the helm, and that is Par Pitts.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch how Par Pitts does this through the season, how the kids respond to his system. And in our coach's corner a little bit later with Coach Shannon Jolly, we were talking about that because this is his third year at the helm, and the students are starting to adapt to what he has done there. And even though they've lost some of the seniors, it seems like his club's in good shape.
You know, this is head coach Shannon Jolly's second turn as the head coach at School of the Osage. His presence is always felt across that high school building there, and so now in his third year, in his second tenure, I would assume that this program becomes his.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, even in teaching and in teams and stuff, because you coached the basketball as well, it takes about 3 years to develop that because of the turnover, and basically that is your team.
You know, even though it is his second time as the head coach of the Osage Indians, as you know, those are all new kids. Those are all new kids coming in that may not know who he was the first time he was here. So it does take some time to build a program. It does take some time to implement a system of success.
Okay, now, coming up this weekend, we've got Camdenton. They're going to be at home against Rolla, and that should be kind of fun because Rolla's just down the street. It's a little bit further than Lebanon, but there's a lot of rivalry, even with Rolla being that far away.
You know, Camdenton looks to come in once, of course, they do have a new system in. Par Pitts moving up from the assistant position, but still, when you have a new person in that head coaching seat, things change. Looks like on the offensive end, we're going to see the most change for the Camdenton Lakers.
The kids know how he pretty much reacts to everything, but you made an interesting point there because now he's the top guy, so he can actually make those decisions. It's not somebody else.
You know, Par Pitts has a long history of success. He's had some good jobs, some good football programs over the year. Now he returns back to Camdenton a couple of years ago in an assistant role. Now he's the man.
Yeah, now last year, Camdenton came up a little bit short when they went the distance in the playoffs and everything. And it was interesting that they played Lebanon more than a couple of times.
Absolutely, and they faced Lebanon in the regular season. Then they also faced them in the playoffs as well. You know, Will Christian does a great job down there in Lebanon with those Yellow Jackets down there, and I would assume that they're going to be tough again this year as well.
Now, we're heading up to Jeff City this weekend, and this is the second time that Coach Shannon Jolly says, I'm going to do a tough opponent right out of the gate, and I'm going to see how the kids adapt. Last year they lost a couple at the beginning, but they had 7 straight wins.
You know, the Osage is going to step up a class, Guy Wayman, as they move up to a 5A opponent right there. Always tough to open up with because you never know. You never know what exactly how your kids are going to respond in that first game. And then when you take an opponent like the Jeff City Jays, who are a strong tradition, a strong powerhouse in 5A football.
Now, and then let's project down a little bit because there's so much going on. Jeff City, Moberly, Blair Oaks, and then number 4, Eldon. Eldon started 3 straight games last year, and they won. And it looked and appeared to everybody Eldon was going to be that tough team. And then something happened, and then they took a nosedive.
Well, that's something that happened was the Osage Indians. They came into Osage and faced the Indians. Indians put them on a losing streak right there. But there are a lot of positive things happening in Eldon, and I think we're going to see another great season out of the Mustangs.
Now, what about Versailles? Versailles had a really tough year last year. I think they only won 1 game, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think they're going to do this year?
I think Versailles is in the starting of a rebuilding program. As you said, 1 game last year. The last couple of years, they have struggled as a program. They do have pockets of success, and so I look for them to start to build their program again, start to become more successful over the next 1, 2, 3 seasons.
Now, am I understanding it right that Versailles went into a different conference, and so they're not going to be playing Osage this year?
They have left the Tri-County Conference, and they are a little bit smaller school, and so they thought that they would have a better fit in another conference, and so they have left the conference, yes.
Okay, all right. Now, coming up, you had a conversation with the coach of Jeff City, didn't you?
Yeah, and we talked with him. He's excited about his ball club this year, asked what he thought going into the season, and a lot of speed last year for the Jeff City Jays, and he basically said, I think we're going to be even faster this year.
Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to go, and I had a conversation with Coach Shannon Jolly, and so we're going to run that right now, and this is going to be fun this year, isn't it?
I love it.
All right, Tailgate Game Day. Tony Herman, Guy Wayman, Coach Shannon Jolly coming up. Well, we're here with the coach, Coach Shannon Jolly of the Osage Indians. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing good, kind of ready to get rolling.
Oh, my goodness. We've been waiting for this, well, since the last season.
Yeah, you know, it seems like a long time ago, but summer went really quick, and, you know, here we are. The Jamboree came up on us quick, too, and, you know, we're ready to travel to Jeff City.
I think it's great. You know, we started last year at Jeff City, and the season ended in Reed Springs. That was a cold night, by the way.
Yeah, I tell everybody you work through all the heat all summer long to try to play in the cold weather. So, you know, it was kind of ironic that it was snowing. But, you know, to get a chance to play for a district championship in year 2 was pretty exciting.
All right, this has been a tough week because of all of the heat and all, but you have a good way of conditioning your guys, not only physically but mentally.
Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't that big a deal to us. I mean, you know, you go down to Branson, you play for 3 or 4 hours, team camp and stuff, and we talk about it. We just don't shy away from being outside. And I think it was a bigger deal to everybody else. I think if we allowed our kids to, they would have practiced at normal time and done normal things. But we want to make sure our players are safe. But the best way to make players safe is make sure they're acclimated and in shape to be out in the weather. So, you know, not as big a deal to us, but we did have to modify our schedule.
Kids like a routine, and you know, once you get them in that and they like boundaries, I mean, we go through all that psychology stuff of children and teens and all of that, but you get them in that routine, they love it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's what it is. I tell people all the time, we're getting ready to play on Friday night at 8 o'clock, and it's going to be hot, and I think the things that people underestimate is like the intensity level.
Yeah.
Like on Friday nights, it's going to be intense, and it's going to make, you know, it's going to make that wear and tear on the kids even more. So, you know, being out in and being acclimated is a big deal. But like I said, Friday night gets real intense, and I think it's always going to be hard on the kids, especially early in the season.
Okay, you're traveling up to Jeff City, and you're going to have to leave a little bit early. However, the game has been pushed back an hour, so that's probably going to help in all the preparation.
Yeah, we just slid everything back for an hour. I mean, it's just simple, just to make sure. And hopefully the temperature will drop a little bit. But, again, it's the same for both sides. And we take mandatory water breaks through MSHA and some of the rules and things that they've implemented. So just not a concern. It's the same on both sides. So hopefully we've done a good job conditioning our kids, and hopefully we're mentally tough on Friday night.
I was over here. I was only able to make it for one of your practices, but it seems like the kids were starting to get it together, and it looks like you're going to have a good squad this year. So what are you expecting?
No, I mean, it didn't take long to watch our kids. Our kids have been awesome. I mean, this has been the most fun I've had for quite a while. And I'm saying their attitudes are great. They've got great enthusiasm. And they don't complain. I mean, I haven't heard kids complain all summer about anything. But the expectations are unique because we've got a lot of young kids up front, offensive line and defensive line wise. And just in past history, that makes it for a challenging season.
This is your third year. I believe it's your third year. And so your system is in place. Now, yes, you lost some seniors and all, but at the same time, the kids know, okay, that's the system. That's what it's going to be, and they know what to expect.
Yeah, and people use the word system and things. I think it's like almost they get caught up like NFL and college. I mean, my system involves being on time and, taking care of the locker room and addressing your coaches correctly and working as hard as you can and respecting your opponent, those types of things. So system-wise, football's football. I mean, there's a lot of commonalities in offense and defense, but when you talk about that and they know my system, well, my system was passed on down to me by great mentors for me, just basically how we do things. And so you're right, our kids have adopted our system, and they show up on time now, and they don't make excuses, and they trust their coaches, and it's been good.
Next week, we'll get into more of next man up because I want to get into that. But this week, this is your first game out of the gate, basically, okay, the first game of the season. What is your strength as far as the Indians? Is it more running? Is it more passing? Or is it defense? What do you see?
Well, we might be more balanced offensively than we've been for a long time as far as passing and running, maybe being a little bit closer to 50-50 or 60-40 or whatever everybody wants to write, just because we've got a different skill set. We've got some great skilled kids, and we'll try to spread the ball out a little bit more than we have in the past, but we still have a returning sophomore that rushed for 1,300 yards last year, and we've got a lot of things. The cool part about this group is going to be able to watch them grow and see what they look like in Week 10.
Last year we loved it when you had those interceptions on defense. And it's like every week there's another interception, and that defense being aggressive as it was, but able to have the keen sense and awareness to pick it off.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just being in the right place. That's what people don't understand. High school football, I mean, it's hard to be super accurate and on target in high school when you're getting pressure and stuff. So there's going to be chances, but the only way that you're going to capitalize on it are being in the right spot. And that's what we've done over the last couple of years is kind of clean some things up defensively to put us in a better situation. And, we hired a new defensive coordinator and Coach Zach Hess, who is the head coach of South Callaway. And he's done a fantastic job of not only building but improving on our defensive stuff. But, again, like I said, it boils down to, the kids not only doing their job but physically being able to compete.
What are you looking at Jeff City, and what do you see in them that you're going to be attacking Friday night?
Well, I mean, it's they've got a size advantage on us. I mean, I think we're pretty balanced as far as speed on the edges and those things, but up front, so we're kind of hoping they don't line it up and come right at us, and because we're going to be a little bit of a disadvantage. I just hope our kids play really hard and on defense swarm to the ball. If we get all 11 guys to the ball Friday night, I think we'll give ourselves a chance to be competitive in the game. And again, we have to have control offensively and not have any turnovers.
And you have to take it game by game, one at a time, but yet it's all building upon the next game. So in other words, you're building week 2 on this game that happens on Friday.
Well, we're building to week 10. I mean, that's what I like to talk about.
Yeah, gradual.
Yeah, and that's what I mean is you're right. It's just how we want to play our best football of the year week 10.
Yeah.
And, and last year we had a bye. So then we got into week 11, and there were weather and stuff like that. But you could argue that, week 9, we were playing really good football. To get 7 wins in a row, we steadily got better each week, and that's what we're intending to do this year. But that week 10 is such a focal point about earning another week for the season and to even get ready and get closer to next year.
Any injuries?
We've got one injury. We've got a young offensive lineman, a sophomore offensive lineman that is a great player, Caden Cochran, that's got a knee injury, and I think we're going to get him back in a few weeks. But it did hurt, especially with our lack of depth on the offensive line. But, other than that, our kids have been very resilient, and we've been proud of that.
Key players to look for.
Yeah, I mean, I say this, and everybody kind of laughs. I don't know that we have any key players. I just know that you'll see, hopefully, a group of kids come together and kind of make one unit, because we don't really have any of those guys that everybody wants to talk about. We've got a bunch of guys that I like to talk about, but I'm not sure we have just 1 or 2 kids that people get excited about, maybe overhyping.
All right. Hey, thanks, and good luck to you Friday.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
That's Coach Shannon Jolly here in the Coach's Corner. We'll be back. Welcome back to the Tailgate Game Day Show. Guy Wayman along with Tony Herman. Tony, football, and it's like the glamour sport of the fall, okay? I always thought it was the money sport, but that's maybe more in college, not in high school. And you just, we were saying during the break, you actually said that football doesn't make that much money in high school and actually can lose money.
Well, sometimes when you take a look at programs and you take a look at what it costs to put on a kid on the football field, it's expensive. There's a lot of reoccurring costs, from conditioning the equipment to the number of assistants, to make sure that those kids are safe and make sure that those kids are ready to perform at that level. But that's not unusual at the high school level. Most of your activities don't really break even. It's a contribution of the community.
And then the boosters, so you might have your football boosters just like you would have band boosters and softball boosters and things of that.
Exactly. I mean, that's why you have those programs, to help supplement some of the cost to the school district and to buy some of those extra things that programs need to be successful.
Tony, this has been one hot week. I mean, there's no way around it. 100 degrees for the whole week. This has been a hot one.
It is hot, and we're going to see some changes for tonight's game. And one of those changes will be, it will now be an 8 o'clock start instead of a 7 o'clock start. And I think you're going to see several water breaks in there that might interrupt the flow of the game.
Now, there are certain breaks that are mandated by MSHA, and that's the Athletic Association of Missouri. And so they say you have to take that, but they, as you said, they might actually add a couple more.
Yes, it just depends on what the safety of the kids and the temperatures that we have. I will tell you, moving that from 7 to 8 o'clock, I think it's going to make a big difference, because that sun will be down, and we're going to be playing just a little bit in the shade then.
Okay, I asked you this earlier, and why did they not consider, maybe they did consider moving it to Saturday when, maybe like late morning or something, when it would be maybe 20 degrees cooler altogether?
I think sometimes when you take a look at game management, I think that might be a big factor into the situation, meaning we have to get officials, we have to get gate workers, we have to get those people that take care of the field. And at the same point, at 8 o'clock, they think they might be safe.
All right. Now, softball's another discipline in Camdenton with Coach Tyler Dinsmore. I'll tell you what, they had a great season last year. The superintendent, Sean Kirksey, says this is a team to watch.
They are. They have a very good program this season. Coach is doing a great job over there, so they are expecting good things. They are expecting success, Guy, and that's a big part of being successful in high school or college athletics. Expect to win. Expect to succeed. Osage, on the other hand, starting to rebuild their program over there. They've had some up years. They've had some down years. They've got a good coach in there now in Coach Dickerson, and she's going to build a program.
All right. And then we've got Coach Austin Walker with volleyball at Camdenton. Always a perennial favorite and always a good club.
You've got to enjoy high school volleyball, Guy Wayman. It's just a good, fun activity to watch. A lot of hard hitting out there. And so whether it's Camdenton or School of the Osage, Versailles, Eldon, Eldon traditionally has a very strong volleyball program and has had some Final Four success in volleyball. And so School of the Osage starting to build their program as well.
All right. We've got Coach Tyler coming up with softball, and then in volleyball, Coach Austin Walker. And then following that, Rick Hasty and I, we talk about the college and the pros. We're going to be back on the other end. We'll be back. We're here with the head coach of the softball team, Tyler Dinsdale. How you doing, Tyler?
I'm doing great. Yourself?
All right. You had an outstanding year last year, and I don't want to say it took everybody by surprise, but in some ways it did.
Yeah, we've drastically improved over the last few years. Last year was a culmination of everything that we've kind of worked for the last 2 or 3 years together. So it was our goal to be district champs and conference champs, and we put the work in, and we got those results. So that was pretty rewarding for us, and especially the girls.
Okay, so you're doing softball at the same time there's volleyball, and it would be nice if you guys could pull from the other discipline to get it in yours. But Misha, they kind of say, well, no, this is the way we're doing it.
Correct, and we've had that in the past. We've had a girl who's actually right now playing college softball, but she did volleyball and softball at the same time. Volleyball is her primary sport in high school, so we got her a few games. But, I mean, for us right now, being able to draw from extra grad would be great. I'm happy with the ones that we've got right now, but it would never hurt to have a bigger pool to draw from.
Okay, this Friday the 25th is when Misha says you can now have organized team activities that count toward the record. So next week is really going to be your first week on the court, on the field.
We actually have a tournament Friday, so we just got the modification just now. Our first game is 9 o'clock. We'll play against Lebanon in the Marion C. Early tournament down in Morrisville. Due to the heat, they kind of pushed us back a little bit, but we'll play Friday, then Saturday, then we play Monday against Carthage, and then we play next week also against Parkview.
Let's take advantage of that. If you can play on Friday the 25th, go for it.
Yeah, that's our goal is that, and if we can do that and stay cool at the same time, then we're gonna get every opportunity that we can to go out there and play some games.
How does the squad feel right now? Are they fairly loose? I know it's the beginning of the season, but sometimes when you had such a great year last year, they can kind of tighten up because of the expectations.
I wouldn't say that they've tightened up. I mean, if anything, they've tightened up. They've just tightened up the loose, kind of like the loose ends that we had last year. So I feel like we're about 2 weeks ahead of where we were last year. All the girls are in there doing exactly what we want them to do. I feel that if we weren't there, we could run a practice. The girls could run the practice exactly how we want it to go, which is a stark improvement from where we were last year at this time. I think they're bought in. I think they're ready to go. I think they're really ready to be outside. The last few days we had to be indoors due to the heat. So if we can get outside and get some softball and play against somebody that's not us in practice, I think we're ready to go with that. So the girls are feeling good and ready to go.
Okay, what are you looking for at the beginning of the season?
At the beginning of the season, we're just trying to figure out, we've kind of got an idea in the lineup. We've got an idea where the pitching staff's going to be. Right now, we're just trying to see how that looks against live competition. So we're going to go into this tournament with a few different rosters, a few different lineups that we're going to move around, really try to find the right combination that towards the end of the year, we're walking in there with to districts and sectionals and even hopefully the state tournament with a solid lineup.
Excellent. We'll catch you next week, and we'll find out what happened this weekend.
Looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll be back. Well, we're here talking with Coach Austin, and she is the head coach of the volleyball team down here at Camdenton.
Hi, how are you?
All right, we're getting ready for another season, and Lakers volleyball. The Lady Lakers, a lot of expectations. They might start a little bit iffy, but they always rise to the occasion at the end of the season.
Yeah, we've got a really strong group of kids that are just good competitors, good kids. They work hard always. And so last time we had our jamboree, and we kind of got to see ourselves against somebody else other than ourselves. So that's nice to put a product on the floor and kind of see. And I had a lot of kids that really stepped up in big times and showed me a lot of things that I was looking for, kind of some expectations that we had. So really, really pleased with the product we put on the floor last night.
There's some key positions that I really like to look for. It's the setter, the one who's going to be spiking your power hitter, but then it's the libero. That's the quarterback of the defense. Most people don't quite understand that libero position.
Yeah. This year we have Caitlin Garmany. She's a senior for us. This will be her second year starting in the libero position for us. And that position is super underrated, I think, just like you said. Somebody's got to keep the ball off the floor. Somebody's always, they're going to miss pass some balls. They're going to get ace. They're going to miss some digs. They're going to read wrong. But they've always got to think, so what, now what? That's our mentality that we're using. And what do I have to do now to kind of keep everybody in line? She has stepped up tremendously for us. She is a great leader for our kids, leads by example, leads through her voice and her words. And just when things aren't going well, she is so good at pulling everybody in and saying, okay, here's what we need to do. We've got this. One pass. We've got you back here. And a cheerleader for everybody, too. So Caitlin is doing a fantastic job, and I'm excited for her this year.
Sometimes those are the stylistic divas because they get to dress a little bit differently, and so they might have a pink shirt this time or a bright green shirt.
So the libero position, it was implemented when I was in high school, and I'm old and washed up. But now they wear the different colored jersey, and they can only be on the floor. They can actually be on the floor anytime they want. However, they can only serve for one position. And when they come out, they have to stay out for a single point in order to go back in for the other person. So
Then it's the 10-foot line.
Absolutely, and they can't go take it. They can bump set in front of the 10-foot line, but the new rule is they can't set with anything overhead when they're in front of the 10-foot line, and the spiker cannot jump and take the ball over. She's got to stay above the plane of the net, even if she is jumping from the back row as well. So just a different aspect on the game of volleyball than what a lot of people are used to. So.
Okay. Now, we're going to talk again next week. We're going to do this every week. Do you have anything coming up this weekend?
This weekend, we just have our freshman and JV teams going to compete in the Hillcrest tournament. So we won't have any varsity action. Next Monday, we actually get to play against Elias. We're at home against Elias. So we'll get to kind of see, full game, 3 out of 5, kind of see what we've got out there.
All right. Well, then next week, then we'll have a player profile from volleyball.
Okay, sounds great.
Hey, thanks, Coach.
Yes, thank you so much. Come cheer us on.
Well, welcome back. We're field side here. Guy Wayman along with Rick Hasty. How you doing, Rick?
I'm doing good. How are you today?
Excellent, excellent. Okay, this is Tailgate Game Day. We're glad to have you on the show, and we've got a busy one here. We've already, talked to a few of the coaches around the area, but we're bringing you in because of your expertise with college and with the NFL. What do you make of the college situation now, basically coming down to 2 big conferences? We're talking Big Ten and SEC.
Well, for the first time, Alabama didn't come out as a clear favorite on who that they drafted this year. And you say drafting Alabama, Ohio State, Oklahoma, those basically pick who they want. And so Oklahoma had a real good year in recruiting. Ohio State, again, a powerhouse, but they ended up losing a tremendous amount of people from last year's roster. So there's a lot of questions of who's going to come out this year as far as 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the playoffs. But I think I think those are going to be your top 3 right there.
Yeah. Now it is quite interesting that we mentioned those 2 as the 2 big powerhouse conferences. We're talking the Big Ten and the SEC. The Pac-10 got decimated, or Pac-12, whatever that is, the Pacific Conference, we'll just call it, because there's a lot of teams that left.
Well, you've got teams out that way, as you mentioned, that they've left, and so consequently, like this is when the Big 12, as well, what was known before the SEC, all right, started hand picking, and then taking people in. The TV revenue, all right, dominated.
Oh, absolutely, because
Yeah.
I believe the Big Ten, they're expecting to get $1 billion a year.
Yeah, and then when you look at schools that have been independent, like Notre Dame, all right, they're even coming on board.
Yeah. Well, they realized they had to. Now, the college games, they're going to be starting on Labor Day weekend, where the NFL is basically the next week, and that's kind of everybody just kind of has that now in their mindset. It took them about 4 or 5 years to kind of get that drilled into us, but it's not working.
Right. Well, everybody's anxious for football to start.
Yes, they are.
And so consequently, like this is, it can't come soon enough. And college ball, you've gotten guys that have been to camp. They've been going one-on-one for about 3 weeks now. And so in turn, the NFL, we've kind of struggled through preseason. This week will probably be some of the starters that we'll see for at least the first quarter. But college is ready to play. So I think we'll see, and usually the first game that most powerhouses play, they play a give me.
Yeah, it seems like I love college because there's something about the team, and you're playing for the school, and there's that extra spirit where the pros, they're playing for the bucks pretty much.
Well, it's changed. It used to be college players were playing because they loved the sport, and now they're trying to position themselves, all right, for the next draft. You're not allowed to have an agent, all right, so consequently you've got to kind of work behind the doors quite a bit.
Yeah.
And so college players, especially the better ones, they have a pretty good idea whether they're going to go into this year's draft or not because of what position they play and what's going to be available.
And Mizzou with Missouri here and everything, the NIL, which is that name, image, likeness thing, that is coming on board too.
Well, the other thing about Mizzou has turned around to the last few years, they've had some real good draft choices.
Yes.
All right, and I mean,
And Drinkwitz is doing a good job.
yeah, no, I mean he really is, and it's one of those things to where if you're from Missouri or you're a fan of them, you can be very rightly proud of them.
All right. Now, let's switch our tables now and go up the next notch to the NFL.
Okay.
We've been watching a lot of, Baker Mayfield just been named to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as their starting quarterback. We know Patty Mahomes, he's with the Kansas City Chiefs. There are still some teams that, even though my Cleveland Browns, they're just are pitiful still, they very well could be third or fourth in their division. Would you agree with that assessment?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've got the Browns have got a great running back, all right, in Chubb, and I mean he's in probably the top 10 in running backs. They'll have to run more than what everybody would expect because they don't have the receivers that they had previously.
Okay, let's start now. We've got the East Coast, and let's start with up in New England with the Patriots in that division, that Eastern Division of the AFC. What do you think about that?
Well, Buffalo itself is still going to be a prime choice, but you've got New York, which is absolutely, stacked the deck. All right, not only with Rodgers, but also they brought in Cook as a running back, so they've got a great 1-2 combination. And their defense itself, all right, you got to remember their head coach was the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, Saleh is that defensive coordinator. Has the team bought into Saleh's way of doing business?
Yes. I think that and a combination, and again, this is something which everybody was waiting to see, how Rodgers would mix in. And he's done a great job. He's been a mentor. He's been a class act off the field. He's still Rodgers. Still has a great arm, great decision-making skills. So I think right now, with the wide receiving core that New York has, Buffalo's got to look out.
So you think Buffalo could be on top and New York number 2, the Jets number 2, but let's not forget about Miami.
Well, Miami itself is reliant, quite honestly, on Tua. If Tua can sit there and stay healthy, he's going to be the one person that's probably got the best arm and best accuracy, and he's got 2 unbelievably great wide receivers. All right, they're still searching for a running back that they can name. They've had some conversations with Indiana about Taylor. So, I mean, it's something where there's teams that want to get to the playoffs. They want to be a Kansas City Chiefs team.
Okay, we've looked at the North with the Browns and all. Now let's look at that next side there, which is got the Colts in it and the Titans in it in that division.
Now, Titans itself have really, again, stacked the deck for themselves. They did a good job of recruiting this year. And I think that, quite honestly, the coach that's there has got the players that has bought into it. So, now they've answered one of the wide receivers. They still have Burke that is been hurt a little bit, But if he gets back, they've got a good 1-2 punch. All right. And then obviously you got the king of running backs.
Derrick Henry.
Yep. And that's one guy that is a little disgruntled. He wanted to try to get out some of the money that is being flowed around, but not enough of it is for running backs this year.
All right. Houston Texans in that division. Is that same division? I think it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, they're trying to get on board with this, but I think they still could be at the bottom of the division. I don't see them moving into 1 or 2. Maybe if they can get up to 3, that would be respectable for them.
They're in a situation where they're rebuilding really from the ground up. And when you get a rookie quarterback that comes in, no matter how well he did in college, the pros is a completely different animal.
And having played.
Yes. And it's one of those things that, when you go from high school into college, the better colleges do better recruiting, and so they become a powerhouse. But when you go into the pros, you really don't have a great choice of where you're going to go. It's where you're drafted. All right. And so when you get in, you start hitting players that were all good in college. Yeah. All right. You got linemen now that run 4.4, 4.3s. All right. And that's hard to believe, all right, that you can get a guy that weighs 300 pounds that can run a 4.4 or 4.5. Yeah. So, I mean, that's wide receiver running back skills.
Well, and that's the difference between going from high school to college and the pros. When they say the game speeds up, it speeds up. Now, let's look at that Western Division there. The Raiders are in that. We've got the Chargers in that. Denver. We've got them as well as Patty Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Well, the Chiefs are going to be the perennial team that's going to be there. Everybody's got to beat them, all right, kind of dethrone. They want to make a repeat. And quite honestly, with having what I figure the best quarterback playing the game, they've got a tremendous chance for it. They're going to be hurting a little bit with wide receivers. They brought Rice in to fill the void of losing Hartman. All right. It's one of those things to where I think the receiving core is going to be the real telling tale. Then you go to the defensive side, and Clark's still wanting to hold out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, defensively, they've lost a couple players that were key last year's championship team. So it's going to be interesting. Denver's going to be rebuilding.
They've quite gone beyond the Russell Wilson, and that is not – I don't think that's worked for them.
It hasn't. I mean, everybody looks at an athlete. It's the system that athlete plays within. All right? You can be the best running back. You can be the best quarterback. You can be the best receiver. If you're not running plays that are complementary to your way of playing, the way that you've played for 4 or 5 years, then in turn it's hard to adjust to it in the first year. So I think that Sean he'll retire there as a coach.
I agree.
It won't be because he gets fired. It's because he decided he's going to do a great job. He did a great job in New Orleans. And so now, all right, he's got to build. He's got to build from the ground. They've got a decent running back in Williams. He'll do well. It all depends on the system, all right, that is going to be thrown at them, whether they can move up the ladder. But you're going to see Kansas City at the top. You're going to see the teams that's like Texas, Denver at the bottom of the scale. They're going to beat some teams that they shouldn't beat, but anybody can be beat on any given day.
Okay, now we got to go on the NFC, and let's start at the East Coast and work west as well. So then we've got the Giants. We got Philadelphia. We've got Washington. By the way, they're thinking of changing their name back to the Redskins. That's in discussion whether they do or not. I don't know. And then the Dallas Cowboys. This is Dallas's year. They've got to prove that this is going to work with Dak Prescott. Otherwise, they've got to change gears.
Well, they've made some changes. And the changes itself is that they lost their offensive coordinator. He went to San Diego. All right. He's going to complement them.
That's Kellen Moore, isn't it?
Right. And in turn, when you have a head coach that's focusing on calling the game, he's missing the defensive side. Yeah, he's got one of the best defensive coordinators that's in the game. and Quinn. But I think it's something to where you start talking about losing control and focusing on one element of it. He hasn't done for a while.
All right, let's look at the South Division there. And I mentioned the Broncos earlier. Atlanta's in that division, as well as New Orleans Saints.
Right. New Orleans Saints, I think, will be pretty good, although they're going to struggle for the first 4 games because they don't have a running back, all right, because of being suspended. But Williams is going to be a good fill-in.
What about Carolina? What's going on with them?
Carolina itself, again, it's something that you're rebuilding with a rookie quarterback, but everything that's come out of
Because
camp,
they had the first number 1 overall.
all the conversations that's come out of camp has been very, very positive. All right, they've got a good receiving core. They'll have a decent running back, and their offense or their defense, quite honestly, is pretty good.
Okay, black and blue division, and you know what I'm talking about with the Minnesota Vikings and Chicago Bears and Detroit Lions.
Well, I think the Lions showed that they were capable of adjusting.
No, they're going to have to adjust because they're opening games against the Chiefs.
Well, you know what? If you're going to beat a team,
That's the one.
I'd rather play the best team first.
Yep.
All right. Not only can I measure my team up against the best, nobody expects you to win. All right. And the thing about it is you can sneak up on them sometimes. And, Detroit right now, the head coach has done a phenomenal job. He's gotten them to buy into you get knocked down, you get back up and bite the knees. You do all the stuff that it takes to play. And I think that it's something to where in the long run, you're going to see people get on the Detroit bandwagon.
All right, and then we have the Western Division. That's got Seattle. It's got the Rams. It's got San Francisco in that one. And the Arizona Cardinals, they looked halfway decent against the Kansas City Chiefs in the preseason. I thought their defense, I thought they were running at some really good speed.
Well, you can't discount the fact that, there's good players on every team.
Yes.
All right. And if the number 1s are playing against the number 2s, then in turn, like this is you have to sit there and expect some of the unexpected. Coaches want to find out and see what kind of players they've got. They're going to pick 3, 4, maybe 5 players out of this year's rookie selection and guys that are walk-on. They're also looking at who gets cut. So they're going to be working the waiver wire. So I think that right now, without the quarterback of their franchise coming into play, I think that it's a real good chance like this is that they stay in the cellar. I think you're going to see the Rams itself do a lot better. They got a second-year coach now that is getting more than his feet wet.
Oh, yeah.
All right, and they got a new quarterback that I think, quite honestly, is going to be a compliment.
Well, Rick, this is going to be a fun season, and we're going to have you along for the ride for all 17, or actually 18 weeks, 17 games.
Can't wait for it. I mean, you know me well enough, and I love football.
And you've been waiting all summer, and you say, is it time yet? Is it time yet? It's like the little kid in the, are we there yet?
Well, it's one of those things where growing up, I was fortunate enough to have an opportunity to play at the highest level. The thing about it is that there was other sports that I was decent at, but I never could hit a curveball. All right, so football, I could just be me.
Well, thanks so much, Rick, and we'll see you on Friday mornings as well on the Ozarks this morning when we do our football picks as usual.
Look forward to it. I got a conference with my mother-in-law.
Oh, yeah?
I got to bring her into the act, and she's still a Denver fan, but it's all right.
Well, we'll forgive her on that. Well, we're going to take a timeout. We're going to be back and kind of wrap things up, but this is Rick Hasty, and he used to play in the National Football League, and he lives to talk about it. I'll tell you what, that's rough. Thanks again, Rick.
You're welcome. Look forward to it.
We'll be back. Guy Wayman along with Tony Herman. This is the Tailgate Game Day Show. You know, Tony, we've heard from a couple of coaches in the area, and people got their tailgating, and they're all getting ready to go, and some are going to listen to it on the radio. And 93.5 Rocks, that does Camdenton, that's the Lakers, and we're going to be on 104.9 Classic Country, and it's going to be fun. Now, the traveling up to Jeff City, well, maybe not as much, because we don't know if the air conditioning's even working in the car.
Well, it's somebody should check that out before we go. But, you know, I'm expecting a great game tonight as far as the Indians and the Jeff City Jays going in. Beautiful stadium in Jeff City. They know how to win in Jeff City. A very strong tradition. It's going to be a lot for School of the Osage. But, you know, Guy, the one thing we know, whether in the sport, the activity, this is a time of question mark. Meaning, we really don't know how we're going to respond at this time. We really don't know how our kids are going to perform. And so it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun.
You know, all across the country, this is the week that high school sports start, whether we're talking Florida, whether we're talking Missouri, Ohio, all of these states, they're saying this is the week we're starting, and this is now sanctioned by the Missouri Athletic Association because they could not have an organized game before this Friday.
I mean, it's tradition. I mean, the state of Missouri does set the dates for the first practice. They do set the dates for the first contest. And so this is the first week. Everyone's going to play this week. And we're going to be there for every game so far for School of the Osage Indians. And hopefully that will take us deep into the playoffs.
You know, a big part of tailgating is food.
Yes.
And every stadium we go to, we always check out the concessions, and we kind of, okay, this is a good ballpark because they got good hamburgers or good hot dogs. This one, not so much. And as people tailgate, it's the same thing. They like their food.
You know, it's just as we talked about a minute ago, you know, a lot of unknowns go into this week number one. But one thing that is not unknown is the quality of food that these people are going to bring to the games. And they're out there having a good time. They're out there supporting their program and doing a good job with that food that you talk about. And if you have one, invite us over.
That's right. By the way, Tony likes steaks.
Yes.
This is the Tailgate Game Day Show. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to try and do this every week unless we fall over dead.
Well, hopefully that's not a possibility.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Catch you next week. Enjoy the games.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we specialize in retirement solutions and employee benefits. We use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of those we serve. Our goal is to provide you with the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Your team at Jennings provides a holistic approach to retirement solutions using tools to help with comprehensive will and trust documentation, assistance in funding trust, medical directives, and powers of attorney. We work with many companies, but we work for our clients. Health insurance strategies are a big part of financial planning. It is one of the 5 financial risks that we address. At Jennings, we'll address other financial risks, including inflation, taxes, market volatility, and longevity. Call or visit Jennings Insurance Group online today and learn more about how we can help you protect what matters most.
The law office of Mark A. Webb was founded out of necessity. It was clear when he started that the old ways weren't
At Jennings Insurance Group, we specialize in retirement solutions.
cutting it, and there was a need for modern solutions to modern problems. Simply put, established methods of law office management were wasting time and money. So he set out to bring his approach to the 21st century. Every effort's been made to incorporate technology into practice, helping make your experience modern and comfortable. That's the office of Mark A. Webb.
High Brothers Lumber and Millwork is proud to be a locally owned business, supporting our local communities and employing local people. For lumber, hardware, plumbing, electrical, floor covering, kitchen cabinets, Valspar paint, and an extensive selection of windows and doors, stop by and let High Brothers help you. Meet the professional team at High Brothers Lumber and Millwork, South Highway 5, Camdenton. They have all the bases covered. High Brothers Lumber and Millwork is proud to support high school baseball teams and broadcasts.
Being a successful Laker athlete takes hard work, discipline, and teamwork, much like our work here at Polylift Boat Lifts. If you envision your team being the best, you will be the best. The effort you put into building your team and working together as one unit always pays off. And remember, Lakers, who's got it better than us? Congratulations to all the Laker athletes from all of us at Polylift Boat Lifts.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build Poly lifts.
Hi, this is Katie with Royal Heating and Air. Missouri weather can be unforgiving on your heating and cooling system. That's why Royal Heating and Air offers a variety of Rheem heating and cooling systems and free estimates. We service all makes and models, offer indoor air quality solutions, and are proud supporters of our community and of the Camdenton Lakers. When your furnace is on the fritz, don't be left in the cold. Call us at 573-480-4313 or find us online at royalheatandair.com. Rheem Heating and Cooling Systems, the new degree of comfort.
And employee benefits. We use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of those we serve. Our goal is to provide you with the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Your team at Jennings provides a holistic approach to retirement solutions using tools to help with comprehensive will and trust documentation, assistance in funding trust, medical directives, and powers of attorney. We work with many companies, but we work for our clients. Health insurance strategies are a big part of financial planning. It is one of the 5 financial risks that we address. At Jennings, we'll address other financial risks, including inflation, taxes, market volatility, and longevity. Call or visit Jennings Insurance Group online today and learn more about how we can help you protect what matters most.
The law office of Mark A. Webb was founded out of necessity. It was clear when he started that the old ways weren't cutting it, and there was a need for modern solutions to modern problems. Simply put, established methods of law office management were wasting time.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we specialize in retirement solutions and employee benefits. We use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of those we serve. Our goal is to provide you with the best possible
Listen, get ready to cheer on and transform your outdoors with us. We bleed purple. Do you? It's Laker football on 93.5 Rock.
I'm here with Todd Nicholas, our 4-year mission-sanctioned referee, and he is our rules expert here for KRMS. We're super excited to bring this segment to you every week where we get to ask Todd some questions about the rules and what it's like being a referee. This year, there's a couple of rule changes. We wanted to go over one of them I kind of mentioned last week in the broadcast. It's new enforcement of any penalty behind the line. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Right. First of all, I'm not a referee. I am a football official. The referee, the referee is the white hat, the official that is wearing the white hat. He is the crew chief or the referee for the football game. So, and as far as there are a couple of changes this year, and probably the major one that most people will see and question when we mark off a penalty or enforce a penalty is where that penalty is forced from. In years past, if a holding occurred behind the line of scrimmage, regardless of where the play ended, then that enforcement would be from the spot of the foul. There are a lot of different distinguishing things that go with that, but the main crux of that this year is if the play or if the penalty occurred, the foul occurred behind the line of scrimmage, and the ball also, the end of the run occurred behind the line of scrimmage, the enforcement spot will now be the previous spot, which is the line of scrimmage. Okay, so if there's a quarterback sacked for, say, negative 12 yards, will the opposing coach have the ability to decline? Okay, so... Oh, yes. All penalties can be, all fouls can be declined. So it could elect first and 20 or second and 22? Right. So in that case, let's say the quarterback is scrambling, there's a hold. The line of scrimmage is the 25-yard line. The hold occurs at the 20. Quarterback is sacked at the 15, just for easy numbers. If the hold, previous years, the hold would have been marked off from the 15. Where did it occur? Okay. The spot of the foul, which would have been the 20, then 10 yards back, then it'd be second and 25. Okay. Now it's going to be, if the penalty is accepted, it'll be second and 20 from the 15. 10-yard penalty and back. But to bring up your scenario, yes, I would see a lot of penalties being declined this year, because in that case, why would you replay a down from the same spot where you could have the ball at the 15-yard line where the quarterback was sacked, and it'll be second down or third down.
Okay, super cool. I have one question about a call that was called, or rather not called, last week during the Jamboree. Wasn't sure how what it was supposed to look like, but I know face guarding in the past, if you're a defender and you're playing the pass and you throw your hands up and would have used to been a penalty. I don't know when they switched that, but it was not called this week. So.
Right, that changed a couple of years ago. They took that out. You can face guard now. So as long as there's not any contact, it's not a foul. Like you said, I think it's been 2 or 3 years now that has been taken out, where you can just raise your hands up in front of the receiver's face.
man. Hey, thanks for coming up here tonight.
No, it's an honor, Luke. It's pretty cool that you invited me up here.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Like I said, I grew up watching you guys play and your crew play, and that was some of my formative years, especially being on the sidelines. I'd watched a lot from the press box and from the stands and maybe kind of playing around in the end zone. But when I finally got that opportunity to be on the sidelines, being a ball boy, running the tee and the shoes around for the kickers for Caldwell and Coble and all that thing, that's when I really saw Laker football up close and personal, and your group of guys was so fun to watch. What are some of your memories from being out here on the field?
Well, just listening to you talk about that, you are a big memory because you were very excited to be there, and we could all tell you looked up to us, and it just makes it, I mean, it's a game we're playing, but we have fun, and it's fun seeing especially younger people than us look up to us and have fun helping out.
Well, speaking of younger people, you not only graduated from here, you've had 4 kids graduate from here, and you got a couple grandkids in the pipeline as well. So
I had a son play here, graduate 2017. He got out early, an injury that year. 2 daughters, and my youngest son just graduated last year. I got 2 granddaughters in here now, so I guess that's 3 generations of me. That's already.
That's pretty crazy. The Garmany family certainly have made their mark here in Lakerland. Like so many families, the tradition gets kind of passed down from each generation. My dad was a big part of this program. Then my sister's kids played here, so that happens so many times. It's such a cool part about this Laker family. Is there any particular game or moment on the field? I talked about you breaking that record. That must have been pretty special for you and your crew. But is there anything that kind of sticks out to you, like flash frame, or maybe the story that you and your buddies tell when you guys get together when you're talking about on the field exploits?
Well, I can't say that there's a game or a play. I can say that I wasn't as good as football as everybody else on the team. I tried hard and I made up for it in just effort, but the other guys that helped me through it, the guys on the line that make the plays, open up plays for me, and the coaching, all that, I'd say the experience as a whole, it gives you lots. If you want to take what it can give you, it's a definite benefit later on in life.
Yeah, you had some great offensive linemen blocking for you, some great fullbacks ahead of you.
I did. Tate Turner, Aaron Graham. We had. They were my fullbacks.
Tate went on to play D1 football.
He did.
And he was a great player.
And those guys do it, and I get the credit for it at the end of the play.
Yeah, because Coach Bob Shore sure did like to call your number that season.
He did.
A lot of outside powers and some cutbacks. Was that kind of your bread and butter?
That's what, I don't know if it was mine. It's what I was told to do, so I did it. We were coming from, there was a string of, I think we had a few bad years before my team actually coming up. I actually played a little bit as a freshman, trying to fill in some holes that they had. So, it was good. We were getting some better records, and Coach always threw we didn't want another 5-5 season at us, because that was what was before us.
Right.
So I think we did good. We did good as a team. Everybody worked together, which is good.
You talk about that coaching staff. Any particular coaches that really stand out to you? Any lessons you maybe learned from those guys? Feel free to drop any names there.
I've talked about Coach Shore a few times over the years. He's done a lot, being a role model coach. Coach Silverwood is probably, he instilled himself in us a lot louder and a lot more intimidating than Coach Shore.
Did he destroy any chalkboards in your era at all?
He did, yeah.
He did. I think that may have been the first time I ever saw that. But yeah, we're talking with David Garmany here. He's joining us for the first Laker lore this season. Like I said, one of the guys I totally looked up to. Of course, your career ended here at the JOD against a very great Webb City team who was on their way to a state title. I saved this for the last because it's not the best memories, but what are your memories of that game that night?
It was a crazy night. I remember standing right over there, and we all thought we won. I think we even had our helmets off, hands up in the air. We thought we had it. It was just easy kick. But it was raining. It was muddy.
One of the best kickers Camden had ever had up to that point.
Yeah. And it just happens.
Well,
we lost. It was 1 point.
So what's David up to these days? Anything you want to let
Right
folks
now,
know about, or anything you got going on?
I'm with another really good lake family here at the lake, Scott's, Alan and John Scott at High Tech Auto Body and Towing. I'm their parts specialist there.
Well,
they take care of us, take care of me, and they take care of their family. I work with their grandson. I share office with him, Dalton Thomas.
That's awesome. You've probably ordered some parts for me all the times I've hit deers up and down these lake roads. But David Garmany, any last-minute messages you want to send out to Lakerland?
No. Camdenton Lakers football rules.
I appreciate it. That's David Garmany. I'm Luke Hagedorn. Stay tuned on your home for Laker football, 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV. That was awesome.
As the bumps and bruises of football season and life build up on our bodies, wouldn't it be nice to soak away those issues in a brand new...
When searching for a home loan, it's important to find a partner you can rely upon. Top producing mortgage team Mortgage Headquarters is here to help you find the perfect loan program that fits your needs. Whether it's your first home or your dream home, Mortgage Headquarters can help you own it. Their mortgage experts make it easy, helping you through every step of the process. Mortgage Headquarters is locally owned and operated with over 24 years of serving the Lake area. Visit lakeloan.com. Call 573-302-9990. NMLS 1229111.
Out here, things become clear. We learn a bit more about ourselves and discover that the deepest bonds start at the surface. We might not know where the day will take us, but we can always trust Yamaha to put us in the center of everything we love about the water.
Visit Surdak Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks, 50 years strong.
Whether you're buying or selling at the Lake of the Ozarks or anywhere in mid-Missouri, call 573-544-3587 and go for the extra touchdown with me, Anna Marie. I can prove there's a smarter move.
Go Lakers! Anna Marie Hopkins. She can prove there's a smarter move.
We bleed purple. Do you? It's Laker football on 93.5 Rocks.
Back here live from the JOD, sun is setting. That is very good news. We'll bring you that Royal Heating and Air weather report here in mere moments. This is the Summit Natural Gas pregame show. Let's, for the first time tonight, head over to our BG Tree Service Score Center. Sammy Stava standing by. He will fill us in on the games he is watching tonight. Sammy, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Brendan, and welcome to week one of the Missouri high school football season in 2023. And tonight around the Ozark Conference, Lebanon is hosting Parkview, and Waynesville is at Glendale. Meanwhile, West Plains is at Bolivar, and Kickapoo, Camdenton's opponent next week, is at Hillcrest. Also locally, Osage is at Jeff City. From the BG Tree Service Score Center, I'm Sammy Stava. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Sammy. We look forward to getting some updates tonight and a lot of big games going on in the area. Visit bgtreellc.com for your next project and to request a quote. Call 573-552-1138. Let's give you that weather update. Kickoff coming here in about 20 minutes. Game time temperature, well, at least we're under 90 degrees. That's a plus. Currently 85 under mostly sunny skies as the sun does indeed start to set. The storms that blew up around Camden County, they have gone away, so we shouldn't have any delays tonight. Fingers crossed. That heat index, that is key. Not too terribly bad. It's currently 91. Your game time forecast brought to you by Royal Heating and Air. Let me bring my partner Luke Hagedorn back into the Kenny Carroll Excavating broadcast booth. The classifications and districts came out earlier this morning, Luke. Camdenton, no surprise here, back in Class 5, but maybe some would be surprised to see that Lebanon not in the Lakers district. We're going to be heading up to mid-Missouri again to find some potential district opponents, but one of them here tonight, the Rolla Bulldogs.
A little bit northeast-ish is kind of where the district lies this year instead of going south or staying right around here. But, Rolla Bulldogs, tonight's opponent, also a conference opponent. The only conference opponent in our district. Oftentimes, there's at least a couple conference opponents within our district. It's just kind of the way that happens, but not this year. Washington, Missouri, a team we have history with in the playoffs. They've been in our district before. They've been also this first game out of the districts that we played before. I remember my junior year. We went up there and had a very successful night on a very cold and icy night. A couple Jeff City schools in the district as well, Helias Catholic and Capital City. Capital City is in 5A, whereas Jeff City, the Jays, have dropped down to 4A, just so happen to be in the same district as the Osage Indians. So that's an interesting point there. Columbia Battle, a new-ish school in Columbia, a school that came down here on their way to a state championship and beat us in the playoffs in the past. So got some history there. One school we have zero history with is North Point. It's a new school in the St. Charles School District. They've played a season and a little bit. They had that's kind of how it happens when you start a new program. You play a modified schedule early on. Last year, obviously, second year of their program, they go 2-8. And so pretty tough stuff there. They play up around a lot of those St. Charles schools. So that's a new school, the Grizzlies, that we've never played. And it's for a program like the Camdenton Lakers, who've been around for as long as we have gone so deep in the playoffs so many times. We've traveled the state and played many teams. It's kind of a unique opportunity when the Lakers play a team that they've never played before. And we get to do that with two teams, possibly in the district, in Cap City and North Point.
Also important to note, I think it's an odd-numbered district, 7 teams, so the top seed would indeed get a bye that first week of districts. We'll see if that's Camdenton. I think it looks winnable. The west side of the state feels like it's wide open. Of course, new leadership over at Webb City now. Carthage, obviously, in this side of the state as well. A couple teams over in Kansas City. But the opportunity, I believe, there in front of the Lakers, we'll be able to talk a lot more about this as we go throughout the season. But the one district opponent on the regular season schedule, these Rolla Bulldogs, coming up here in about 17 minutes. When we come back to Summit Natural Gas pregame show, I visit with the new head coach for your Camdenton Lakers, Par Pitts. He's coming up with me next. It's Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
Drift away with the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Start with some basic facial skin treatments to a variety of body massage treatments, or choose from 8 different spa packages to discover the perfect combination of services to relax, rejuvenate, and refresh your mind, body, and spirit. Call for an appointment, 573-348-3535.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. Hewlett's has partnered with a local bank to help people who have had financial hiccups or unexpected issues in life that have affected their credit. We have access to extremely low subprime rates and the right vehicles to get you back on your feet in no time. Hewlett's is a place to help you purchase from a compassionate, reputable dealer that can offer service after the sale. Come see us today and let's get started. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton.
No pressure, low prices, that's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett.
ShopHewlett.com.
If you have a residential or commercial new construction project, remember Ireland Construction. They handle remodels, construct steel buildings, and provide a variety of other services. Ireland Construction strives to meet and exceed the needs of their customers in a timely manner within your budget. Visit their Facebook page to view some awesome pictures. If you're thinking about a construction project, contact the best at the lake. Russell, Ireland. Ireland Construction, 573-434-0786.
You're listening to the 5-time state champs. It's Laker football on 93.5 Rocks.
It's the Summit Natural Gas pregame show. Get you ready for the opener. Camdenton and Rolla, hot night. And what a way to kick off the Par Pitts era, Lakers and Rolla Bulldogs. And I welcome Coach Par Pitts into the conversation here on this Friday night. Coach, great to talk with you. I know we talked last week, and you were excited then. That was the Jamboree. How excited are you now as we're moments away from kicking it off for real here in week 1 of the high school football season?
Oh, super excited. Couldn't be any more excited for our kids to get out in front of our home crowd and just let it all go, and the preparation that they've done. They've actually been preparing since really January through spring practices, summer practices, our our August practices. And, they are ready to go out and take on the challenge of playing not only your first game but your first home game, and then playing against quality opponent like Rolla.
No question about it. We'll talk about Rolla here in a couple moments. Doing a flashback to the Jamboree, Coach, it felt like you guys were able to get a lot of work in. It also felt like one of the longer Jamborees we've had, going past 9 o'clock. So I got to think you guys were able to, especially that first round where you played Sedalia. It felt like you were able to cut it a little bit short with in the final set of the night. But what do you ultimately take away from a Friday that, weather-wise, actually did you guys a lot of favors? It was nice.
Yeah, our Jamboree, I think it was the longest one I've ever been a part of. We got a lot of guys some reps. We were able to see them on film. We got a lot of our concepts, out there, and so we could teach from it and hopefully learn and improve the things that we're doing so that we can execute, better on Friday night.
Well, Coach, you talked with Jace. I think it was after the first set. Then you talked with Jace at the end of the night. But one of the things you mentioned was you saw noticeable improvement in how you guys tackled from those first few snaps where maybe there were some missed tackles and guys were getting out in open space. And it felt like you saw that really starting to sort of improve right before your eyes as the evening went on. Tell me about that.
Yeah, that was one of my question marks, because we had tried to be as physical as we could, but also have the ability to be on our feet and to do the things that it takes to be able to play a longer season. So our full speed to the ground, 100% tackling was probably less than I wanted it to be, but that was sort of a necessity. So I knew that when we got out there and got against a full-speed opponent that we had to get to the ground in a real football situation. It was going to take us a little bit of time to get to that, because it requires a proper angle, it requires a proper speed, it requires you to, get a lot of guys in football. And so it took us a little bit of time to get up to that speed, but what I can tell you, I noticed a difference in practice already. Our angles and our pursuit is much better.
Coach, this Friday night I should say tonight, is going to provide challenges from the extreme heat, and it's starting to back off now as we get into the weekend. It'll probably be about as nice as it's been since last week at the Jamboree, but the sun will have set, and the extreme heat becomes of a lesser concern with the later kickoff time, but the humidity is still oppressive, and it makes me think about cramps and keeping guys, fresh and try to avoid any type of fatigue as the night goes on. How do you guys manage that situation? Because tonight it may be as bad. Let's hope this is as bad as it gets all throughout the year, but this could be a night where you're really trying to monitor all of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking to our guys. Your body in the best position to be able to handle that heat and humidity. But I think from a coaching standpoint, you have to have these breaks in terms of getting more guys on the field so that one guy's not taking too many snaps, and get those breaks, early and consistently so that your guys can play, all 4 quarters. I'm confident. I think our guys can go out and execute a two-back power running game. They can go out and execute, a one-back, a tight end set. They can go back out into the empty. Probably comfort-wise, we're the most comfortable in that because that's what our guys have been doing. That's what our guys probably have the most experience and know the best. But they've done a tremendous job of being able to shift and be in a place to be able to run the football between the tackles. And so I'm feeling good about both of those. Oftentimes defense can make coaches not feel so good about them, but we're ready to go, and hopefully we can adapt inside the game and figure out what where our strength is and maybe attack their weakness with it.
Coach, where do you think you might look differently on defense? Cole Walker, your new defensive coordinator.
We're gonna have the ability to get in a few different fronts. Cole is a super aggressive guy, and he's coached aggressively with our defense from the very get-go. So I expect our guys to be aggressive and to be able to be multiple in their fronts and their attacks.
With Rolla coming in, Coach, this was obviously a rematch from last year's opener at Rolla. And I remember the walk-up to this game where we were all thinking this Rolla team's going to be good. This might be one of the better games of the year. And you guys stomped the Bulldogs. How mindful are you going to be of a Rolla team that probably comes in pretty motivated, thinking about what happened at their place a year ago?
Oh, they're going to be ready to play. They're super talented. They're probably as big a team as we'll see for a while. Up front, their backs are big. I think they've got a 240-pound fullback, and the quarterback is a big, strong guy. So they're definitely going to be prepared. I know that they've got a new coach, but they're running a similar system offensively that they ran, and so we're gonna have our hands full, and they're gonna come out ready. And so I think that's every week in our conference. Teams are going to give your best. They're going to be ready to go in and take the fight to whoever or wherever they're at. And so we'll have a challenge for sure.
Coach, final question for you as folks begin to settle in their seats
right
here
into the
tonight.
billboard
Maybe
out of
they're
this
just
mic?
walking into the JOD or parking their car, listening here on 93.5 Rocks the Laker. If you've got
Gonna have
the
to.
earbuds
Yeah.
in the stands, what's your message to Laker
Do we
fans
sound okay?
as we get set to kick this off for real in
Does it
mere
sound-
moments?
Yeah,
it's doing that little cutout metallic alien type thing, but
Like right now?
not a whole lot.
Because it sounds choppy on our end on the interview.
At the jaws of death, and with our crowd and our
Yeah,
our
that
student
is.
body and our community.
The interview's choppy?
I would just tell those guys come out and
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so that's on.
We're
Okay,
going
that's the
to
interview.
I
Well,
gotta get. Hold on. Okay, 56 and a half. Be ready.
And in the end,
But you're going.
we'll be proud
Am
to
I
defend
pitching
the
it?
Lakers.
Park, can't wait
Just
to
go
see
right
it.
in.
Thanks so
Let's
much
right
for
out
the
of it.
time.
No,
just go straight to
Just
it.
go
right into the
week
billboard.
and catching up with Jace there after the game. Thanks so much for all you do and have done for Laker Nation, and can't wait to start this ride here in mere moments. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Hi, this is Katie with Royal Heating and Air. Missouri weather can be unforgiving on your heating and cooling system. That's why Royal Heating and Air offers a variety of Rheem heating and cooling systems and free estimates. We service all makes and models, offer indoor air quality solutions, and are proud supporters of our community and of the Camdenton Lakers. When your furnace is on the fritz, don't be left in the cold. Call us at 573-480-4313 or find us online at royalheatandair.com. Rheem Heating and Cooling Systems, the new degree of comfort.
Shh, I'm hiding. Where at Dave's Hideaway. Why? Well, there's no smoking, no pets. They have Wi-Fi, great barbecue pits, microwaves, refrigerators, best shower pressure at the lake, and the cleanest rooms. Coffee anytime, too. And they have great weekly rates.
Bob, where are you?
Don't tell anyone, but I'm hiding at Dave's Hideaway, just west of the Camdenton Square on 54. Come join me at Dave's Hideaway, 873-7111.
Bob!
The law office of Mark A. Webb was founded out of necessity. It was clear when he started that the old ways weren't cutting it, and there was a need for modern solutions to modern problems. Simply put, established methods of law office management were wasting time and money. So he set out to bring his approach to the 21st century. Every effort's been made to incorporate technology into practice, helping make your experience modern and comfortable. That's the office of Mark A. Webb.
Kick to start. Rolla in their road white uniforms, maroon trim, maroon numbers. Glad you're with us. Brendan Matthews, Luke Hagedorn inside the Kenny Carroll Excavating broadcast booth. A line drive kick is fielded at the 4-yard line by the Bulldogs, angling out to the left sideline and bolting down the left sideline for an opening kickoff is Colton Petersmith. 6-0 Bulldogs out of the gate. There's a flag down at the 24. My goodness. Colton Petersmith with a burst. Could be coming back, though.
Yeah, it looks like Rolla's going to be sent their extra point team on the field, but they're pulling them off, it looks like here. But, man, yeah, he broke contain, got to the outside. Too many Lakers crashed in the middle of the field. Going to give him a block in the back, but still should have real good field position here.
Luke, let's go to the football lab here for the first time tonight.
Yeah, the football lab brought to you by Lake of the Ozarks Water and Sewer. The word of the night, the scientific word of the night is equilibrium. Equilibrium, and when I talk about that, I'm talking about offensive balance. So over so many years, Laker football was all about the run game. It was for a number of years they were playing that double tight power I. Then all of a sudden we completely went to the other extreme and started throwing the ball without even having a running back in the backfield. If one thing you've heard from Coach Parr Pitts this offseason, going back to our first interview with him when he got put in this job, he talked about offensive balance, a balance between the run game and the pass game.
It's going to be very interesting if they can maintain that balance. We'll go down to Jason in a second, see what he saw on the penalty that brought the touchdown back. But Rolla with tremendous field position. They're on the plus side of the field. A sophomore quarterback, and the ball is on the turf immediately. And Oak Star Bank played a bank on to start us off. It's going to be a loss of a couple of yards, but one of their big upperclassmen running backs puts the ball on the turf. Jace, you're down there on the field, brought to you by LensMart Optical, HMI Fireplace Shop. Buddy, what do you see down there?
Guys, just classic nerves, opening play. I think the guys got out of line on their pursuit angles there and the kickoff, but you just saw them come out first play on defense. They smacked that O-line in the mouth, causing a fumble, and if that ball comes out again, I guarantee you our D-line will get it.
Second down and 11 for the Bulldogs at their own 36-yard line. And again, a handoff where the play is going to get bottled up at the line of scrimmage, the point of attack.
A little bit of an unbalanced line there from the Rolla Bulldogs. Strong extra tackle to the right side. Lakers are able to adjust and make the stop there. Brings up 3rd and 11.
Ball spotted inside the 35-yard line between the hashes. Great to have you here. Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts. On this Friday night, warm conditions here in mid-Missouri, but not as bad as it's been. And here's a motion and a sweep on 3rd down, and the Lakers going to be able to string that play out. They looked at Brent Montgomery again, and the Lakers doing a great job going sideline to sideline.
Yeah, Rolla came out. We expected them to be in a flex bone. Instead, first couple plays from scrimmage were more of a split back veer. That time they go to the flex bone, send a flex back into motion, pitch it to him, and get some positive yardage for the first time. But it is 4th down inside the 30-yard line here.
How about those two linebackers, Sam DeMott? We didn't see him last week at the Jamboree. He's going to be massive for this team, Luke. And how about Sterling Cedarwall? We did call his name a lot last week, number 41 on your program. On 4th down. They're going to throw it, looking down the field, into double coverage, incomplete. The young sophomore quarterback, Easton Smith, led his receiver a bit too much. It's a quiet side, quick shot, change of possession. 1st and 10, Lakers coming up.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to go sophomore to sophomore. Number 88, Cameron Brown for the Bulldogs, a 6'1", 200-pound tight end. He got some separation there, but the pass just a little bit overthrown on that one. So now we get our first chance to see this Camdenton Laker offense in the 2023 season here.
Our Polylift Boat Lift player spotlight was Cade Durnan earlier in the Summit Natural Gas pregame show. He leads the troops out. One of the best baseball players, not just in mid-Missouri, one of the best baseball players in the Midwest. He's leading your Lakers out of the Purple Tide, 5 wide to start.
A little different look came out of a huddle there.
Operating from the left hash. 1st and 10. Cade's going to step up, feeling some pressure. Look down the left sideline, incomplete. Tight coverage there, good coverage from the Bulldogs. And Rylan Gibbon, intended receiver, was Carson Durnan, who's playing the H-back position on certain plays, but certainly right there lining up at receiver.
Yeah, that's reminiscent of the first play from scrimmage during the Jamboree. It was Durnan to Durnan. They hooked up in the Jamboree, but unable to do so there. No huddle here.
Yeah, Durnan on the left side is forward motions into the backfield, and he gets the ball, breaks a tackle as he leans forward across the 35-yard line. Good gainer on 2nd down to bring up 3rd down and 4.
So far, so good in the Lake of the Ozarks Water and Sewer Football Laboratory. 1 pass, 1 run so far. The equilibrium is there.
Balance on offense. And Blake Ford looked good last week. And Blake had some touches, had some opportunities last year, playing mostly receiver. They'll get a lot of looks at receiver and running back here this year for the Lakers. Purple Tide 5 wide on 34. Pump fake by Cade. Pressure from behind. He's going to get the first down with his legs out across the 45-yard line. And it's our first nominee for our Anna Marie Hopkins Smarter Move Real Estate Group, powered by Ozark Realty. Smarter Move of the game. It's a butcher shop first down.
Yeah, he didn't see anybody open downfield, saw the opportunity to pick up the first down with his legs. Keeps this drive rolling with 8 minutes, 37 seconds left in the first quarter.
1st and 10 from their own 47-yard line, and swinging out in the flat to Ford. Tries to turn it upfield, breaks a tackle. Knee never touched the turf. He picks up an extra 5 or 6 yards. How about the tough running from number 29?
Yeah, Ford does a great job there, keeps his feet moving. I think most of the stadium thought he was down, but he understood that his knees did not touch the ground. The referees recognize that as well, and the Lakers are in business in Bulldog territory. 2nd and short.
I'm going to call out those Hoggies here in a second. You might have a chance to here. Cole Lane, your center, your right side of the offensive line. Casey Youthy, Nathaniel Reap, Garrett Hilton, Carson George. Left side of that offensive line.
Got a timeout here. There, a little bit of miscommunication. Had 2 guys in motion there, so they got to regroup a little bit.
And of course, bringing you our offensive line and some features on those big Hoggies throughout the year. It's going to be High Brothers Lumber and Millwork as they bring you those big Hoggies down on the field.
Yeah, and you know I love the Hoggies. As a former center myself, I was always proud to be a Hog here in the purple and gold. A lot of great memories, a lot of hard work. Sometimes those guys don't get the credit they deserve, but we make sure here on this Laker broadcast, with the help of High Brothers, we give those guys the credit they deserve.
Lensmart Optical HMI Fireplace Shop. Jace Nicholas down on the sidelines. Jace, Lakers have it on the plus side of the field. Offense looking good. As Luke said, balanced attack. That's a good thing.
Absolutely. So there's a couple routes this offense likes to run. You got to get the bubble. You like to throw the out route. You like to throw the stops. Those are a lot of times the extension of the run game because they didn't run it the past couple of years. So they use that short pass game as a run game. Now they're integrating an actual run into the run game. And I think it's going to open up that short and intermediate game a lot.
KRMS Osage Beach, powered by the Motor Hut. Putt down to the Motor Hut on 2nd down and a long 3 for the Lakers from the Rolla 46-yard line, moving left to right. Motioning into the backfield is Mitchell Seeks. He gets the ball up the middle, plows right into that big Rolla front. Make no mistake about it, where Rolla's strength is, folks, inside the box. Line of scrimmage football, Luke, they've got some big boys.
They do, but those Lakers, if you get the right leverage, get your head down low, get underneath the block, the defenseman, you can block them out of there. They only have 3 down linemen.
1st down and 10. A little quicker tempo out of that Laker offense. We're going to see a flag fly in. Top deck penalty. See where it's going.
Wasn't even really a hard count there. It was just he kind of jumped across the line there and early. He's doing push-ups on the field. He's taking his punishment right there in front of everybody.
+5 for the Lakers, and very mindful of that is Steve Harris, the 5'11 junior. Looks a little bigger than the 150 he's listed on the program. It's 1st and 5. Seeks again, motions into the backfield. He gets it running off the left edge. He's got some room. Banking it to the outside. He turns the corner and picks up another butcher shop. 1st down. You're going to spot him around the 31-yard line. Lakers on the move.
Carson George, the guard, pulling on that one, getting out in space. Didn't find anybody to hit, but he was ready. He was trying to clear the way there. Lakers sticking with the no huddle here.
New Spring Wellness Center time check. 7.5 to go in this first quarter. No score. Cade Durnan rolling to his right, surveying downfield, looking downfield. He fires a little low, incomplete.
It's kind of a rolling pocket there, kind of designed rollout because all the offensive linemen were all kind of in unison, moving with Durnan as he rolled out there. Just couldn't find an open receiver he liked. And it's a tough run, a tough throw to make on the run sometimes like that.
Willard DeMott is intended target. Willard's going to be doing the...
Out here, things become clear. We learn a bit more about ourselves and discover that the deepest bonds start at the surface. We might not know where the day will take us, but we can always trust Yamaha to put us in the center of everything we love about the water.
Visit Surdyke Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks. 50 years strong.
First pork chop of his career.
Parr officially lists him as a split end inside the Pacific Pools red zone. 1st and 10. Barely inside, low snap. Cade picks it up. He's got the frame of mind to stay up and throw through the wickets of his intended target. Edson almost brought it in. Kyle Edson had a look. Incomplete, but great job by Cade to pick the ball up, Luke, on that low snap.
Yeah, avoided disaster a couple different ways there. It's actually probably good that Edson didn't catch that because you get to go back to the original line of scrimmage was just inside the 20-yard line. If he'd caught it where he was probably going to get tackled near to the 25. So it's 2nd and 10 instead of 2nd and 15 here.
Inside the Pacific Pools red zone. Cade rolling to his right, looking downfield. He fires again. Reception made inside the 10-yard line. It's going to set up a 1st down and goal for the Lakers, and that's Owen Borbay, the 5'9 junior, bringing it in. Goal to go for the Lakers. Butcher shot, 1st down.
Lakers going to have 4 chances inside the 7-yard line here to put 6 on the board.
There was no passing lane there. I don't know how he got that through. That was a phenomenal pass.
Jason Nicholas, his reports brought to you by Lensmart Optical. His eyebrows brought to you by HMI Fireplace Shop.
Shout out to Matt Kirtley and some of the other crew over there at HMI.
Goal to go from the 6-yard line, 1st and 10. Cade fires it left side. Reception made by Shepard. Turns it upfield. Nose for that goal line. Ball came out at the end, and I think Rolla got it back.
Or did it go out of bounds?
Are they going to say, yeah, you know what? They're going to say it went out of bounds. The official says 2nd down. Wow, almost disaster there, fellas.
Yeah. You know, it's an early game, first game of the year jitters, kind of working out some of those bugs. But, man, when you have that opportunity, put it in the end zone, you got to keep hold of that ball. Lakers staying with Purple Tide 5 wide.
2nd and goal. Durnan lofts one, left corner of the end zone, looking for his brother Carson, incomplete. 3rd and goal coming up.
A little miscommunication there. Carson was more in the front part of the end zone. Cade throws it to the back. They're having a little chat about it, talking about it a little bit, and that's a good thing. Communication is a big key, especially when you're not going to be huddling up every time. Lakers started out this game in a huddle, but haven't really been in a huddle since.
Yep. Coming to the line now, inside the Pacific Pools red zone, goal to go. 3rd and goal, left hash, moving left to right. Now maybe getting a different call from the sideline.
Little hard count there, try to draw him off.
Andrew Nolting, offensive coordinator here now for the Lakers. Ford motions into the backfield. Blake gets it running. Blake Ford may want to hand that to Parr Pitts. His first touchdown as head coach of the lead 6-0, 6:40 to go in the first.
And boom goes the fireworks, the Jaws of Death Stadium. Ford gets in there.
Drive, fellas. really surgical at times. And Luke, I think you said it, the equilibrium balance to that attack.
It was a great drive. It had some adversity though. They had a few issues on that drive, some coaching points that you can correct going forward. But it also builds a little character as well. It proves to you, even though everything doesn't go perfect, you can still get the job done.
PAT is good. Your Smith & Gustafson Law Firm score. Camdenton 7, Rolla nothing. It's Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
Alley Home & Howe Funeral Home, your hometown funeral service provider, has been proudly supporting Camdenton and the surrounding communities for 90 years. At Alley Home & Howe Funeral Home, we believe in giving back, remaining visible, and serving the communities that have welcomed us through the years. Our hometown staff is active in volunteering at local organizations. Brett Edson and the staff at Alley Home & Howe Funeral Home are proud supporters of Camdenton Laker athletics, and we wish all of our student athletes the best of luck in the upcoming season.
1, 2, 3, Lakers!
Build with us.
Back here live from the JOD. Lakers lead it 7-0. On 3rd down and goal, Lakers lead it 7-0. 6:40 to go in the first. Brendan Matthews, Luke Hagedorn. Stava inside our BG Tree Service Score Center. Mike Anthony back in Osage Beach. Jace, your thoughts on that?
Trying to find the rhythm, and they found it about midfield. They found out what was working, and I really like the play that they scored on. It caused some problems because they're doing a really quick snap off of that. If it's a man coverage defense, the dude that's supposed to be on that receiver that's in motion is going to get caught up in the junk there in the middle of the field, and they ran that outside power, and there was no one out there to tackle him.
Got your second First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen kickoff of the night. Call 573-746-7211. Willard DeMott doing the kicking, as we mentioned.
See if they change their strategy on the kick.
Play the game. Almost was a 98-yard kickoff return for a. Here's a bobble on the kickoff and a touchback called. Wisely touchback there on that kickoff. They'll begin 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line.
And it was a little different in strategy. He kicked it down to the left side there a little bit. Defense has been up to the task.
Mentioned Sam DeMott earlier. Also, Sterling Cedarwald, who had a great jamboree last week. Your linebackers instrumental here tonight. We'll talk about some of those big linemen for the Lakers as we go along here tonight. And again, more of a triple option look this time around. The young quarterback hands the ball off. He's got a stable of running backs to utilize. That was Hayden Emery, the ball carrier. We'll bring up 2nd down and 7 here for this Rolla attack at their own 23-yard line.
Rolla kind of slowing the pace down here, after Lakers, pretty high speed, high tempo offense. Rolla huddling up, taking their time, using up the play clock here a little bit. They're trying to shorten this game.
Wing back in motion. Handoff this time. Not a lot of room. Sam DeMott got in there on the tackle. And once again, the ball carrier was Hayden Emery. Will bring up 3rd down for the Rolla offense. And they're setting up 3rd down and short here. They've done a good job the first two downs of this drive.
Kind of squeezed through there a little bit, and a little second effort gets him a little closer to the 1st down marker here.
Easton Smith, the young sophomore quarterback, started just once a season ago. Has a wing back to each side, fullback behind him. Try to give it to the fullback, and the Lakers blow it up in the backfield. They got a ton of bodies back there to help blow that play up. One of them was Colin Stamper, he might on one of your if you've got a roster, could be listed as a double number. He's 54 on the defense. Stamper got in there to help break it up. And now we were looking at 4th down and 3 for this Rolla attack.
Absolutely nowhere to run the ball for this Rolla offense. I asked Sandemont what the point of emphasis was, and he said just do your job.
So far, so good. Let's see if they want to kick the ball away. They're lined up to punt it away. High, end over end kick will hit at the 40 and take a little bit of a Rolla roll down to the 33-yard line. So after the roll, they're going to come up with, it's not a bad punt, about 50 yards.
Man, there was a uncovered gunner on the far end of the field there. Had Rolla been alert to the fake there, they would have had an easy opportunity to just kind of chuck that ball over there and pick up a first down. But they didn't notice it. The Lakers didn't notice it, and that's one of those things I think both teams will get corrected going forward.
It's a quiet side, quick shot, change of possession back to the Lakers. I want to remind you, check out all of our social media, 93.5 Rocks the Lake on Facebook, Sammy at Camdenton on Twitter. Sammy's going to keep you up to date there. It's brought to you by Lake West Excavating. Check out their pictures and more over on Lake West Excavating on Facebook. Here's 1st and 10 for the Lakers on offense. Deep down the right side, looking for Edson. He goes up, and he brings it down. Big play. Durnin to Edson, 1st and 10, Lakers a butcher's shot, first down.
And that's what offensive balance can do. They use the play action because they've been threatening with the run. They've actually run the ball, so therefore the play action is effective, gets Edson deep downfield, and the Lakers are in business.
1st and 10 inside the 30-yard line. Out of the purple tide, 5 wide. Motion into the backfield is Ford. He gets the ball up the middle and dropped after a short gain at around the 26-yard line. Picked up 2, maybe 3 yards. 2nd down and 7 on the way. 4:13 to go in the first quarter. New Spring Wellness Center time check.
Really like how Cade Durnin carries out his fake after he hands that ball off. It makes Rolla account for him as a running back as well.
On 2nd and 7, Durnin's got time. Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers. And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
And boom, go the fireworks. We got 7-11 for 6. Good job, boys.
3:55 to go in the first. How about Carson chasing that ball down, Luke? That was not an easy grab. Cade let him a little bit on that throw, but he was wide open.
Yeah, Cade kind of gave a pump fake there. That kind of got the defender to bite, gave him some space, and he threw it out there. He knew what kind of speed his brother had.
Cade is the holder on these PAT attempts. Willard Dermott, the kicker, puts it through. Your Smith & Gustafson Law Firm score. Camdenton 14, Rolla nothing. It's Laker football powered by Poly Boat Lifts on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Allie Holman Howe Funeral Home, your hometown funeral service provider, has been proudly supporting Camdenton and the surrounding communities for 90 years. At Allie Holman Howe Funeral Home, we believe in giving back, remaining visible, and serving the communities that have welcomed us through the years. Our hometown staff is active in volunteering at local organizations. Brett Edson and the staff at Allie Holman Howe Funeral Home are proud supporters of Camdenton Laker athletics, and we wish all of our student athletes the best of luck in the upcoming season.
1, 2, 3, Lakers!
It's Laker football on 93.5 Rocks.
3:55 to go in the first. Lakers up 14-0. Cade Durnin's got 2 touchdown passes. One touchdown pass to Carson Durnin, and the other touchdown run by Blake Ford. 14-0 your score out of the gates here.
It's pretty good equilibrium if you ask me.
Coming up next, another First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen kickoff. Willard Dermott to boot it away. And it's fielded again there, out across the 20-yard line. Not any room there for Colton Petersmith this time around. Bottled up just across the 20-yard line.
Is it just me, or did he kind of step in front of his fellow return man back there and kind of snatch that out from him? And yeah, I understand that he may be the better returner, but that means you lose a blocker because you got two guys who think they're going to catch the ball there.
Remember, it was his teammate there that bobbled it on the last kickoff. Might have been part of that decision-making process. Either way, Rolla's got it 1st and 10 to begin this next drive. Lakers up 14-0. Quarter number 1 of this 2023 season. And a toss left on 1st down, cutting it back to the right. Good run on 1st down by Caden Kinder. Again, a whole stable of running backs getting opportunities here tonight, running this flex bone for the Rolla offense. And again, a quarterback that has only started one game. He's a sophomore, Easton Smith. Big kid, though, 6'3", 200 pounds.
Yeah, and so far, Rolla's having some success to the outside against the Lakers. They've tried to test the middle, but those Hoggies up front have clogged the running lanes.
2nd down and 3. Smith wants to throw on 1st down, and he's sacked. It's an Oak Star bank play to bank on. Motoring through the line to bring him down. And I tell you, he's had his opportunities here tonight. That's Willard DeMott.
DeMott just blitzing there, this aggressive Camdenton defense, getting in the backfield, disrupting it, and wrecking shop. Puts Rolla behind the chains here.
How about a shout out to those High Brothers, Lumber and Millwork, Laker Hoggies down there, Luke, doing a job on the defensive line. Need to shout out a couple of them. How about Joshua Balderas being one? And this is a young man that was instrumental on that line last year. And here's Easton Smith throwing down the seam, and it is caught across the 40-yard line. It's going to be enough for a Rolla 1st down. Easton Smith showing that he can throw the football out of the flex bone, and Rolla moves the chains. Their best field position of the night right now at their own 42.
Yeah, it's sophomore to sophomore there. Cameron Brown, the big tight end. Looks like this. Oftentimes you see this, Brendan, when the new coaching staff comes in. That first year of the new coaching staff, for some reason, sophomores and underclassmen tend to get a lot more playing time and opportunities because that coach is building for the future.
See Dominic Poling there at the nose guard position as well. High Brothers, Laker Hoggies doing a job here right now, but another good run by that Rolla offense. Kinder, the ball carrier, picks up another. The 50-yard line, 2nd down and 2.
Certainly, Sweet Cedar Wall checking in the ball game right now for Landon Moore.
We're inside the Surdike Yamaha 2-minute warning of this 1st quarter. 2nd down. Handoff up the middle, breaking tackles inside the 45-yard line. Shoestring tackle there by Shepard, but not before the Bulldogs move the chains on the run by Brett Montgomery.
Carson Durnan and Kyle Edson checking in the ball game, getting some fresh legs there at the cornerback positions.
This will be the most rotated Camdenton Laker defense we've seen in a long time. We've got a bunch of guys that play D-line, and you just rotated both corners in. That's crazy unheard of.
And you know, guy, we haven't called his name out tonight, and Parr was pretty mindful of keeping him limited either on one side of the football, Luke, is Spencer Mellencamp. Handoff on 1st down, running over tacklers, bringing it inside the 35-yard line, and Caden Kinder with another good run. Setting up 2nd down and 3, ball at the 33-yard line of the Lakers.
Yeah, you mentioned Mellencamp. He had 78 tackles and 3 interceptions last year in the Ozark Conference. He's athletic, and he can play a little bit of linebacker, can play some corner, and he brings the wood as a safety as well.
Have you seen Spencer down there at all, Jace?
I haven't noticed him out there. I'll try to find him here on the sideline and see what the MO is.
Again, it certainly was going to be about keeping him limited. He was a little banged up last week. Smith the throw on 2nd down, incomplete, looking for Kinder. Blake Ford was in the neighborhood. And Mellencamp, such a great two-way player, Luke. You're going to miss his presence. On either side of the football, he's not playing. But if he's not playing it at all, and again, we haven't called his number or name at all tonight.
Yeah, he's, like I said, in his leadership out there because of the experience he brings to the table, also a big part of his game as well.
3rd down and 3, ball at the 33-yard line of the Lakers. Ball spotted on the right hash, moving right to left. And a toss left. Lakers had him bottled for a moment. Cedarwall couldn't quite bring him down before the line to gain. Moved the chains again for the Bulldogs at the 29-yard line. That might have been the last play of the first quarter. 10 seconds left. New Spring Wellness Center time check. And they will wind the clock, and Rolla, they're going to be content with taking this to the second quarter. Second quarter on the way. We'll go to Sammy inside the BG Tree Service Score Center as well. It's Laker football powered by Polylive Boat Lift. Lakers up 2 touchdowns. 93.5 Rocks the Lake, KRMS TV.
When you're ready for a remodel, DKB Showroom is the place to start. You'll be amazed at the size and quality of selections we have to start your project. And with decades of design and plumbing expertise, no job is too big or too small for DKB. Call and schedule your appointment today. At DKB Showroom, we do kitchens and baths better. See our beautiful showroom in Osage Beach or visit dkbshowroom.com.
It's the original home for Laker football, 93.5 Rocks.
Let's go inside our BG Tree Service Score Center for the first time tonight. Sammy Stava with our first update of the evening. Sammy, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Brendan. Week 1 of the high school football season is officially underway and going on right now. It is all Lebanon, 21-0 over Parkview. Locally, Jeff City leads Osage by the score of 14-0 in a game that I didn't have on my pregame radar, but Webb City leads Nixa 7-6 after the first quarter. From the BG Tree Service Score Center, I'm Sammy Stava. Guys, back to you.
Sammy, thank you very much, dog. Good job. We're getting ready to start the second quarter here. Luke, Jace, it's been a very positive start to the Park Pits era here, fellas, with 1 quarter down.
Absolutely, looking good. Up 2 scores here, although Rolla is knocking on the door of that red zone here.
They put together a good drive here over the last few minutes. Bulldogs have it, 1st down and 10 at the Laker 29-yard line. And this time, Lakers are going to stand up the ball carrier, nowhere to really run or hide. Maybe a gain of 1. Again, a couple of Lakers down there. You see Balderas coming off the bottom of the pile is going to bring up 2nd down.
Yep. Like I said, interior of the line holding up pretty good so far tonight. It's when Rolla goes to the outside is when they've had the best success on the run. But it just goes to show, they're kind of committing to stop that interior run, which is always the first step against a run-heavy team. Because if a team can get you inside in between the tackles, they're just going to go back to that well over and over again. But here they got 3 receivers.
Split backs behind at the quarterback. Smith toss it right and turning the corner for a positive gain close to the Pacific Pools red zone. And another good run this time by Brett Montgomery. Ball spotted at the 18. It's a 1st down inside the Pacific Pools red zone. 1st and 10 for Rolla. 11:08 to go here in the second quarter. New Spring Wellness Center time check.
1st down there. Now, again, like I said, this could quickly turn into a 1-score ball game if Purple Haze defense can't clamp it down here. Will Fear the Reaper playing in the stadium? You looking for some cowbell, maybe?
I don't hear it yet. It's coming, but we've got to get back to football. 1st and 10 inside the Pacific Pools red zone. Split backs behind the quarterback Smith, who's going to hand it off again. Caden Kinder, who's looked good, plows his way inside the 15-yard line.
Here comes number 6 for the Lakers.
There he is. Sometimes I don't know what and who you're pointing to or at.
Sometimes it's a flag, sometimes it's an injury.
But you're excited. We're excited to see Spencer out there on the field. Jason, did you get any idea down there with Spencer?
Yeah, I did get to catch up with him. I said, hey man, how you doing? How much you going to get to play? He goes, coaches are letting me play as much as I can. No offense tonight, but he's going to be out there on defense as much as possible.
There we go, and there's the handoff again to Montgomery. And Jason, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. And we knew you was going to see one side of the ball or the other, prioritizing defense tonight for Spencer Mellencamp. Ball spotted inside the 10-yard line here. 3rd down and short for the Bulldogs inside the Pacific Pools red zone. It's 14-0 Camdenton. 9:40 to go in this first half. Easton Smith, the quarterback, split backs behind him. Slot back to his right. Hand off. Stacked up inside the 10. But it should be enough for Rolla to move the chains and make it goal to go here inside the Pacific Pools red zone.
Garrett Hilton checking in the ball game. Get a little beef up there in the front of the line. Try to shut down any kind of interior run. Landon Moore checking in the ball game as well. As Jace mentioned, lots of substitution on the defensive side. It's a great strategy on a night like tonight. It's so hot. Keep those guys fresh, keep legs fresh, keep them healthy out there.
Balderas is still in there at his defensive tackle position. He's had a lot of snaps here tonight, but this is goal to go for the Bulldogs. Out of that flexed bone attack, Kinder gets the ball as he lowers his shoulder inside the 5. He's going to get dragged down short of the goal line, but down to about the 2, where it's going to set up 2nd down and goal for the Bulldogs. A fantastic drive by Rolla here, and they are threatening to cut into this Laker lead.
They've figured something out on this drive in their run game, able to find the holes in the Purple Haze defense. Going to have at least 2 chances here inside the 3.
That ball spotted at about the 2, 2nd and goal. Split backs again behind Smith, the quarterback. Handoff running right, touchdown Bulldogs. That looked easy. Montgomery plows it in. At 8:23 to go in the second quarter. We got a ball game, fellas.
Yeah, after testing the Lakers and really having some success to the outside, Rolla's able to find the interior running game to their advantage. It's going to put a little bit more pressure on this on the Purple Haze defense going forward, but particularly on the Camden offense to keep pace.
Well, what you saw happen the first couple drives Rolla had, they did not have much success running the ball up the middle. So this last drive, they went to the outside pretty much the entirety of that drive, which put the linebackers and the defensive backs on their heels, and then that inside power game started opening up when they got in the red zone, and that's how they scored.
Bulldogs on the board. It is 14-7, 8:23. Your Smith and Gustafson Law Firm score. It's Laker football powered by Poly the Boat Lifts. 93.5 rocks the lake.
High Brothers Lumber and Millwork is proud to be a locally owned business, supporting our local communities and employing local people. For lumber, hardware, plumbing, electrical, floor covering, kitchen cabinets, Valspar paint, and an extensive selection of windows and doors, stop by and let High Brothers help you. Meet the professional team at High Brothers Lumber and Millwork, South Highway 5, Camdenton. They have all the bases covered. High Brothers Lumber and Millwork is proud to support high school baseball teams and broadcasts.
It's the original home for Laker football, 93.5 rocks.
First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen kickoff coming up here. Lakers to get the football back. Their lead trimmed to 14-7. And the way Rolla maintained time of possession there, Luke, that's going to be big. You start to wonder how many times you're going to touch the football in this game.
Yeah, one of the strategies when you have a high-powered Laker offense is to try to control the football, limit the possessions of the Lakers, and hope you get lucky a couple times. That's a formula to beat this team, and that's what Rolla's employing tonight. And but Lakers obviously will start the second half of the footballs. Plenty of football left here in the first half, but it'd be nice to pad that lead. I'd like to hear some more fireworks here at the stadium. How about that?
Camdenton has scored on their only 2 drives of the ballgame. They've only had it twice. They've scored twice. Touchdown run by Blake Ford. Touchdown pass and catch, Durnan to Durnan. Ball is booted away. In and out of the hands, and a touchback coming up here as Owen Borbay couldn't quite bring in that football. 1st and 10, Camdenton at their own 20 coming up here. Jace Nicholas, his updates are brought to you by LensMart Optical. His eyebrows are brought to you by HMI Fireplace Shop. Jace, 2 for 2, Lakers on offense. Can they make it 3 for 3?
They can, and I think they will. Cade Durnan has real control over this offense, spreading the ball out. Then they're sprinkling in the runs as well, and they're killing it.
And Jace's backup singer, by the way, is Neil Diamond.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
The music selection tonight is a little different, but
It's
but
a
I'm
little
digging it.
loud.
I'm digging it, though. It has been louder before. There have been years when it was completely out of control.
Take your word.
But it's been a while. When they first started doing the music, it was a little overbearing, but I like the vibe it brings to the stadium.
3rd Laker drive for Camdenton, ball at their own 20-yard line. Coming on the motion is Edson as he crosses the 20-yard line, and a top deck penalty flag comes flying in. We haven't had too many penalties in this ball game so far. Pretty clean game at the moment after a lot of penalties in last week's Jamboree.
Yeah, that. See what this one is. It was pretty sloppy in the Jamboree, which can be expected there. Just waiting for the signal from the referee. It's going to be a holding call there. So that'll back the Lakers up, make this drive a little tougher, put some kind of in the shadow of their own goalpost here, and brings up a long way to go to pick up a first down here.
And it was great having, Jace had a chance to talk to his dad in pregame for our officiating report. Jace, a lot of very interesting knowledge came out of that talk.
100%, and that whole crew really studies the rules, especially my dad. He loves the game, and I'm going to be picking his brain all season, and we're excited to bring that clip before every game.
First down for the Lakers. After the penalty, Durnan slings it over the middle, and it's caught in traffic. Going to be close to the original line of scrimmage after the penalty. Durnan to Durnan once again. Going to set up about 2nd down and 11, so you get a lot of that penalty back. 2nd down and 11 here. Those sharp purple jerseys. But now the purple helmets with numbers on them. You may be noticing. Blind side dropped back at the 15-yard line. And that's going to bring up a 3rd down and
Vertical on that one, trying to pressure the Rolla defense downfield, but the interior line didn't hold up.
Lakers up 14-7, but now facing a 3rd and long, deep inside their own territory. Cade wanting to step up. Nice defensive series by the Bulldogs, and they're going to force Camdenton to have to boot this ball away. Bulldogs starting to grow in confidence right now. Be doing the punting for the Lakers this year. He stands at his own 5-yard line. Good snap. Going to be a short kick.
Out of bounds.
Angled out of bounds, and it's going to make it even shorter when it's all said and done here. Let's see where they mark this off at. Going to mark it at the, he's still walking here. You're going to mark it at the 42-yard line. I'm going to say it's about a punt of 27 yards, and it's going to give Rolla tremendous field position here at the Camdenton 42, 6:56 to go in the 2nd quarter.
All right, this is a big drive here for the Laker defense. This is going to be a mandatory water break here.
Inside the Kenny Carroll Excavating broadcast booth, let's take a break as well. 14-7, your Smith and Gustafson score. It's Camdenton Laker football, 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Being a successful Laker athlete takes hard work, discipline, and teamwork, much like our work here at Polylift Boat Lifts. If you envision your team being the best, you will be the best. The effort you put into building your team and working together as one unit always pays off. And remember, Lakers, who's got it better than us? Congratulations to all the Laker athletes from all of us at Polylift Boat Lifts.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts. You ride on our reputation. Welcome back.
With school in full swing, busy schedules can make dinner time challenging. Hi, this is Chris at the Butcher Shop. Come see us for easy and healthy dinner options with roast for the slow cooker and lots of ready-made sides. We're here to help make your dinner time less hectic and more enjoyable. We also offer the highest quality lunch meats, perfect for those school lunches. Give us a call at 573-346-6665. We are located behind Central Bank in Camdenton or online at butchershopathelake.com.
We bleed purple. Do you? It's Laker football on 93.5 Rocks.
Rolla hands it off on first down, and the Lakers stack up that Bulldog attack. Short gain, maybe a gain of 1. It's going to bring up second down and 9. Ball spotted at the 41-yard line. 6:37 to go here in the second quarter. Lakers up 14-7. Luke.
Yeah, and Rolla, imagine they'll slow things down here, try to limit the Lakers to maybe one more possession this half.
Smith hands it off on second down, and nice forward momentum. Taking a couple of Lakers tacklers with him is Kinder. Finished off there at the very end of the run. A couple Lakers got there. DeMont was in there. Also making his way in for that tackle was Bowen. Ball spotted at the 35. Third down and 3. Split backs behind Smith. Slot back to his right. Handoff on third down, and a big gainer to the 20, 15, 10, 5. Diving for the pylon. Touchdown, Rolla. My goodness. Scampering towards the end zone was Trustin Richards. And scamper might be the wrong word. This guy was a bulldozer at the end, a big boy as he plows in for 6 from about 35 yards out, and the Bulldogs are a PAT away from tying this game up.
Yeah, Richards was expected to be a big influence on the defensive side of the football, but he makes his impact there on the offense.
PAT on the way. Splits the uprights, and we're tied. Your Smith & Gustafson Law Firm. Score, Camdenton 14, Rolla 14. It's Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
When searching for a home loan, it's important to find a partner you can rely upon. Top producing mortgage team Mortgage Headquarters is here to help you find the perfect loan program that fits your needs. Whether it's your first home or your dream home, Mortgage Headquarters can help you own it. Their mortgage experts make it easy, helping you through every step of the process. Mortgage Headquarters is locally owned and operated with over 24 years of serving the Lake area. Visit lakeloan.com. Call 573-302-9990. NMLS 1229111.
Bleed purple. Do you? It's Laker football on 93.5 Rocks.
Trustin Richards from about 35 yards out ties this game at 14. Jace Nicholas down on the sideline says updates brought to you by Lensmart Optical, HMI Fireplace Shop. Jace, you had a good look down there. Laker defenders, not much resistance on that run.
When you got a 240-pound power back, you have to have your D linemen, your linebackers get some hands on them so your safeties and your corners have a chance to wrap them up. There was no contact made with that cat until inside the 5-yard line. At that point, it was just too late.
Point of attack football, fellas. Line of scrimmage football. Bulldogs won it on that series. Your First State Bank Mortgage team, Lassen, kickoff. Fielded by the Lakers. A little miscommunication there at the 10-yard line. Borbet is wrapped up across the 20-yard line. A return of only about 16 yards. Lakers will begin this next drive from about the 20-21-yard line. That's where they were the last series, fellas, and they didn't move the ball much.
Yeah, they kind of went backwards, got on the roller skates, and did the back pedal there, the moonwalk, as it were. I don't know if you can moonwalk in roller skates, but either way, you know what I meant.
It's tough either way. I don't moonwalk with roller skates. I don't moonwalk without roller skates. Who moonwalks these days, Luke?
I see the kids on the internet. I've seen it.
I don't believe you. 1st and 10. Ball across the 20, about the 22. 1st and 10. 4th series of the game for the Lakers. Durnan looks right, throws right, connects on that tunnel screen. He finds Edson, lowers his shoulder across the 30-yard line, close to the line again. We'll see if the officials need to measure, but a nice start to this drive. Durnan to Edson.
Yeah, good run by Edson there, picking his running lane, getting behind some blockers. Lakers trying to keep the pressure on here with the clock ticking here. 5 minutes, 15 seconds left in the half.
Move the chains, Butcher shot 1st down. Ford motions into the backfield. He's going to get it on 1st down. He's got a hole up the middle. Big gator. There goes Blake Ford to the 40. 40, 35, 30. Tackled from behind inside the 25-yard line. It's another nominee, our Anna Marie Hopkins Smarter Move Real Estate Group, powered by Ozark Realty. Smarter move of the game. Butcher shot 1st down.
Mason De La Graza able to catch up to Ford there and bring him down, but the Lakers keeping the pressure on with a high tempo here, going right back to the line of scrimmage.
After the 46-yard run by Ford, we're going to get a whistle and a stoppage of play. Ball spotted just inside the 24-yard line and stop that play. We're going to get a timeout here by the Rolla Bulldogs. We'll take one as well. Camdenton looking at 1st and 10 from the Rolla 23-yard line when we come back. 14-14, your Smith & Gustafson Law Firm score. Laker football powered by Poly Live Boat Lifts. 93.5 rocks the lake, KRMS TV.
If you have a residential or commercial new construction project, remember Ireland Construction. They handle remodels, construct steel buildings, and provide a variety of other services. Ireland Construction strives to meet and exceed the needs of their customers in a timely manner within your budget. Visit their Facebook page to view some awesome pictures. If you're thinking about a construction project, contact the best at the lake. Russell, Ireland. Ireland Construction, 573-434-0786.
You're listening to the 5-time state champs. It's Laker football on 93.5 Rocks.
4:56 to go in the first. Coming out of the timeout, 1st and 10 Lakers ball in the nose of the football at about the 22-yard line. 14-14 the score. Operating from the right hash. Out of the purple tide, 5-wide attack. Good snap. Cade throws over the middle, looking for his brother Carson in traffic, incomplete. And we get a top deck penalty flag, guys, flying in well after the play was over.
Yeah, super late. Comes from the umpire. He throws it over the line of scrimmage, over the lineman there. And
thinking a hold of some sort. No, it's going to be personal foul against the Bulldogs, guys.
A late hit there after the pass gets away, perhaps. Either way, Lakers will take it. And now it's a matter of strategy for the Lakers. How much time do you want to leave on the clock for the Rolla Bulldogs? They're not exactly a quick strike offense, but with just under 5 minutes left in the half, plenty of time for any offense to score.
Top deck penalty plus 10 there for the Lakers inside the Pacific Pools red zone. 1st and 10 from the 12, right hash. Durnan has time. Now rolls the pocket left, throws for the back of the end zone. Too tall for Edson, incomplete. 2nd down on the way.
Yeah, Durnan kind of directing traffic. It's that secondary. You have your primary route that you run that's called in the huddle or called with the signals from the sideline. But once you get through, find an opening in that defense and make some hay on that secondary route.
Operating from the right hash, moving right to left. Ford motions into the backfield. He gets it again, bouncing it left. He's got a little wiggle room as he's taken down inside the 5. They're going to mark him close to the line to gain.
Complimenting Cade Durnan on his carrying out the fake. That time he carried his fake and then carried out a block as well. Stuck his shoulder.
Touchdown Lakers. Cade has a touchdown pass. He now has a touchdown run. And the Lakers are back out on top, 4:27 to go in the second quarter.
And boom go the fireworks at Jaws of Death Stadium. Cade Durnan makes a block on the previous play and then sticks the ball in the end zone to give the Lakers their lead here at the end of the second quarter.
We've had some points here tonight, folks, and we're still 4:27 to go in the second quarter. Willard DeMott on for the PAT. Cade Durnan the holder. Good snap, good hold. And the kick is just inside that right upright. It's good. Your Smith and Gustafson Law Firm score. Camdenton 21, Rolla 14. It's Laker football powered by Poly Live Boat Lives. 93.5 rocks the lake and KRMS TV.
Hi, this is Katie with Royal Heating and Air. Missouri weather can be unforgiving on your heating and cooling system. That's why Royal Heating and Air offers a variety of Rheem heating and cooling systems and free estimates. We service all makes and models, offer indoor air quality solutions, and are proud supporters of our community and of the Camdenton Lakers. When your furnace is on the fritz, don't be left in the cold. Call us at 573-480-4313 or find us online at royalheatandair.com. Rheem Heating and Cooling Systems, the new degree of comfort.
To the 5-time state champs, it's Laker football on 93.5 Rocks.
Jace Nicholas, the third member of our broadcast crew, down on the field. Jace, another Laker touchdown. Couple big plays on that drive for the Lakers.
Yeah, well, they really utilized tempo there. As soon as they were done with the previous play, they were back on the line of scrimmage, getting a call for the next play, and that caused Rolla to really be reeling on the defensive side of the football and forced a timeout there, and then 3 plays later, and they're in the end zone.
In the end zone, and 3 touchdowns, guys, on 4 drives. Pretty efficient, Luke.
Yeah, not a ton of defense being played here so far tonight. It's a 21-14 score, but sometimes that happens. And like I said, this game is all about getting some stuff on tape, really learning about who you are. It just puts extra pressure on this particular game because it's a district opponent and it's a conference opponent as well.
Coming up here, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen kickoff. Top deck penalty flag down at the 27-yard line. And you know what? A new look Rolla offense, that two-sided coin here, guys. One, you get extra time to prepare for what you knew was going to be this flex bone attack. That's good, but the negative part is, Luke, there wasn't anything on tape yet. And you, in a way, were going in blind. Maybe you could work off something from what Washington did last year, but in a way, it's a tough ask going up against an intricate offense like Rolla has.
Right, and it kind of went both ways in this particular game because Rolla, kind of had an idea what the Lakers might bring to the table tonight, and the offense looks similar to what it has looked like the last 5 years. But there's some little wrinkles in this particular offense that the Lakers haven't shown before. So, both teams, I think it's all about adjustments they'll make for the second half.
The kick is fielded at the 10-yard line after the penalty. And once again, this is Peter Smith. Colton Peter Smith bottled up at the 25-yard line. Lakers special teams hopping out of the bottom of that pile. We see Mitchell Seeks also bouncing out of there was Lucas Ralph.
I think the first guy on the scene was Colin Stamper. He's the last one off the pile coming up off the field, but I think he got the first hit on him there. But either way, great special teams move there.
Needed it.
Yeah,
really needed it.
4:19 left in the half. Rolla's staring down.
And once again, it kind of calls back. We were building our Mid-City Lumber game plan to stop this Rolla attack, and and last year in the regular season, not so good in the playoffs. And here's a run, bounce it to the outside, pick up 5. A couple of early struggles. He picks up 5, second down. .356 on the second quarter clock. New Spring Wellness Center time check.
Yeah, I think this drive for sure, they're going to, regardless of what happens, I think they're going to ensure the Lakers don't get the ball.
wide open, a little soft spot of the zone, turning it upfield for a first down. Nice yards after the catch. Here. Before that play, and they're showing zero urgency now, and we're coming up 3.5 to play. Maybe they think they can milk the clock enough to have nothing left and score, but they gotta get on the gas pedal a little bit here if you're a Rolla fan.
Yeah, as mentioned, Lakers will start second half of football. We'll counter.
A little misdirection, yeah, and the ball into Kinder's hands. He is tripped up there at the C. Sam DeMott, a big-time tackle. Otherwise, guys, we might be talking about Kinder taking it a lot longer than that.
That's a senior linebacker making a senior play. You got the counter look that fools almost 10 guys on the field, not DeMott. He stayed home, did his assignment, picked up basically could have been a scoring saving tackle there.
And Oak Star Bank played a bank on, put a star by that one, guys. For Sam DeMott, it's 2nd and 2. Again, the ball just inside the C here at Bob Shore Stadium. Barely on the plus side of the field for the Bulldogs, but 2nd down and short. Inside 2:50 to go. Handoff by Smith, and he is met at the point of attack. DeMott was there, but I'll tell you who got there first, and I want to make sure I see the number because that was Tyler Blecker, guys, and that was a fabulous play to come off and shed his block and make that play.
Yeah, I think Willard DeMott got in there as well. Yeah. Just a good team defensive play there. And you talked about the urgency. Rolla didn't even break the huddle until there was 10 seconds left on the play clock. And here they are with 14 seconds left on the play clock, and they haven't even sent a play in yet. I think they may just run this down.
Really kind of strange.
I think they're just as concerned about not letting Camdenton get the football back as they are scoring.
But I tell you what, they're looking at 3rd down. They may indirectly give them the football back. They're going to call a timeout right at, how about that, the Serdike Yamaha 2-minute warning. We'll keep it here with a 3rd down and short coming up, ball just shy of the 49-yard line. Guys, I think a critical play for a lot of different reasons. One, for the Laker defense to get some confidence, get a stop in a short yardage spot against this Rolla attack. And then, of course, the result of that would be, in theory, Camdenton getting the ball back with maybe about 90 seconds to play with.
Yeah, it's a big 3rd down here. 3rd downs are oftentimes a big play. But this one, in the time area of the field, it could be a game breaker. Lakers sitting on a 7-point lead here. Rolla obviously like to go to halftime with no worse than that. But Lakers looking for an opportunity to steal another possession here at the end of the half.
And I want to say this too. It took the crowd a little while, but the crowd has come out here tonight. Wanted maybe the heat to go away a little bit.
Look at the end zone crowd.
I know.
There's a lot of little Lakers down there. A lot of jerseys. I see a lot of jerseys down there. Some of the best times of my life happened down in that end zone.
Fun night here. The Par Pits here underway. Lakers up 21-14, trying to stop Rolla on 3rd and short. And I think they're going to do it, pushing that pile back. How about those Lakers? Valderas was in there, a couple more of his linemen helping to push the pile backwards, and it's 4th down and 2 for the Bulldogs at midfield.
Yeah, they push that pile backwards with 4 progress. He gets back up to the 50-yard line.
KRMS Osage Beach, powered by the Motor Hut. Hut on down to the Motor Hut. Glad you're here on this hot, sticky, humid Friday night to kick off the high school football season. College football kicks off tomorrow.
Trying to get the first down the easy way with the hard count. They'll burn another timeout, I think, instead.
Will indeed.
Good discipline there by the Laker defense.
Let's take a timeout here as well. We'll bring it back for 4th down on the other side of this break. Camdenton up 21-14. Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts. 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Drift away with the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Start with some basic facial skin treatments to a variety of body massage treatments, or choose from 8 different spa packages to discover the perfect combination of services to relax, rejuvenate, and refresh your mind, body, and spirit. Call for an appointment, 573-348-3535.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
It's the original home for Laker football, 93.5 Rocks.
Econo lift, boat lift stat so far. Nobody's gone for it on 4th down in this game yet, Luke. Will the Bulldogs go for it here?
Well, we shall see. Again, new head coach, don't know his tendencies per se, but it's a part of the field where you're not risking as much, but it looks like they will line up in punt formation at least.
That new head coach Derek Heflin for this Rolla team, and we see a top deck penalty flag come flying in, and our officials are going to chat about this here.
The signal was an illegal procedure.
Back them up 5. -5 for the Bulldogs, and now they certainly will kick it away. Standing at their own 45-yard line. I said the Lakers could have 90 seconds to play with. They're not going to have 90, but guys are going to have around 50, 55 minutes. Seconds. They'd love 55 minutes to play with here. They'd score 20 times, but here's a low snap as Rolla boots it away. Fielding the kick at his own 16-yard line is Carson Durnan. He brings it across the 20 where the Lakers will have it 1st down and 10 and 104 to play with officially.
Now, how often do you see the deep snapper also serve on special teams as the punt returner? It's a pretty neat deal.
Pretty rare occurrence, I would say.
Don't see that too often, but yeah, Carson has been holding down that snapping position. Of course, last year it was Durnan on the extra points and field goals. Cam has moved on to Wichita State, but the 2 other Durnans are still there and still in their respective positions, and that's a great thing to have that experience and that chemistry between those 2 guys on an important part of the play.
1st and 10, ball at the 22-yard line. Motioning into the backfield was Ford. He gets the carry. Popped at the 25, but kept the legs churning. Flags in at the end. Top deck penalty flag after the 7-yard run, and Luke's looking at horse collar.
Yeah, he grabbed him by the back of the neck jersey area there. That'll tack on for the Lakers. Also stop the clock. Head official having a conversation there with Carson George.
Horse collar the call. Plus 15 for the Lakers, and now guys officially in business on this drive.
Yep, and Carson having a little Cade having a little conversation with his receivers there on the right side to kind of letting them know what he's looking for here on this play.
Cade Durnan, our Poly Live Boat Live player spotlight tonight. Play action this time to Ford on the slant. Caught, popped at the 37-yard line. Durnan to Borbay. And it's 1st and 10. Lakers Butcher Shop 1st down at the Rolla 37. And we've got a flag back where the Lakers snap the ball, and it's going to be a penalty against Camdenton.
And changes the situation there a little bit. That's a huge penalty because not only you're going to take the penalty yardage, you have to give up that long gain to Borbay that kind of put the Lakers, as you mentioned, in business. So now a little bit more urgent with 52 seconds left here.
Yeah, that's a penalty that's basically worth about minus 33 when you add in the what the play would have been and then the penalty. So 1st and forever, Durnan hooks up with Shepard underneath. He turns it up for a little extra after the catch. They'll spot him at about the 43. Still shy of the original line of scrimmage. 38 seconds to go. New Spring Wellness Center time check. And what would you say in a spot like that, Luke? Tick, 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 tick,
Yeah.
tick, 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 tick. That clock is running.
Yeah, there was a little bit, but I thought he got out of bounds, didn't he?
The clock was running.
Yeah, so yeah, Coach Pitts is asking for some extra time to be put back on that clock.
Yeah, good spot there. Looking forward to our Heritage Bank of the Ozarks halftime report. And can we call him head coach emeritus? Is that applicable to Jeff Shore? Jeff's going to be with us during the halftime report. Can't wait. He was in the Florida Keys last week, and he has made it to Bob Shore Stadium here tonight. Second down and 12. Cade's got some time. Pocket breaks down, rolling to his left. Chase from behind, shovels the ball into the sidelines, incomplete.
So that is a new rule this year. You can throw the ball away in high school football. Before this year, that would have been intentional grounding. As long as you're outside of the pocket and get it past the line of scrimmage.
Good spot, Jason. No question about it. Really good spot there. And it keeps the Lakers without an extra penalty. Still 35 seconds to play with here on 3rd and long, and we're going to get another top deck penalty at another +5 for the Lakers. 3 times, guys? 4? Is that 3 or 4 where they've made him jump?
I believe you're right, yeah. And like I said, that pays dividends down the line because it'll slow down a pass rush as well.
Ball at their own 48 from the left hash. Cade underneath connects, and getting popped after the catch was his brother Carson. Nice form tackle there by Della Garza. One of the veterans on this Rolla football team, 5'7" junior. 4th down and 3. We talked about that Econo-Lift boat lift. First time tonight seeing either one of these teams go for it on 4th down.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of 4th downs in this stadium over the years.
Draw for Cade, angling it to the sideline. He's going to get the first down and then some. Butcher Shop first down, move the chains for Camdenton. Ball spotted inside the 42.
That play only took 5 seconds off the clock. Between the first down and getting out of bounds, clock stops here. Got a little discussion with the referees, officials.
Yeah, I got corrected on that in the interview with my dad. It's not a referee, it's an official.
Yep, there's only one referee. Oh, man.
We're going to get a really late call and a procedure here.
I didn't even see that flag.
Erases the first down. Yeah, wow. These on the drive that erase first downs, fellas.
Lakers are going to look like they're going to burn one of those timeouts.
Timeout, Camdenton, 20. Water clock, 21-14. Lakers lead it. You've had a barn burner here so far tonight. We don't need it. Got it, a hot one here after an 8 o'clock kickoff. You might be joined. Starting to wind down. Well, no. We're only in the second quarter. Doesn't, I mean, they've had some big plays, but they don't strike me as a team that's going to be able to burn you with that little left on the clock. So I'm still inclined to feel pretty good about going forward here.
Well, and again, and I keep repeating this, Lakers do get the ball to start the second half.
Right.
From total joint replacement to the times that matter most, our commitment runs deep.
Field. Jace, is there a nice breeze
down here. Check out the flags and the tree down.
Shh, I'm hiding. Where at Dave's Hideaway. Why? Well, there's no smoking, no pets. They have Wi-Fi, great barbecue pits, microwaves, refrigerators, best shower pressure at the lake, and the cleanest rooms. Coffee anytime, too. And they have great weekly rates.
Bob, where are you?
Don't tell anyone, but I'm hiding at Dave's Hideaway, just west of the Camdenton Square on 54. Come join me at Dave's Hideaway, 873-7111.
Bob!
All powered by Polylift Boat Lifts. 93.5 rocks the lake.
For 25 years, Lake Ozark Water and Sewer in Camdenton has been an industry leader.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. Hewlett's has partnered with a local bank to help people who have had financial hiccups or unexpected issues in life that have affected their credit. We have access to extremely low subprime rates and the right vehicles to get you back on your feet in no time. Hewlett's is a place to help you purchase from a compassionate, reputable dealer that can offer service after the sale. Come see us today and let's get started. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton.
No pressure, low prices, that's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett. ShopHewlett.com.
Whether you're buying or selling at the Lake of the Ozarks or anywhere in mid-Missouri, call 573-544-3587 and go for the extra touchdown with me, Anna Marie. I can prove there's a smarter move.
Go Lakers! Anna Marie Hopkins. She can prove there's a smarter move.
Polylift Boat Lifts. Boaters everywhere have relied on Polylift Boat Lifts to raise their boat up and out of the water time and time again. Polylift Boat Lifts are made of the finest materials and offer a lifetime warranty on the tanks. Stop by Polylift and see the huge selection of wet steps, water toys, and dock accessories. You can even shop online at polylift.com. Polylift Boat Lifts. You know what they say.
The dog types build boat lifts. We build Poly lifts.
Let's review the first half of action. The halftime show is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Now, here's Brendan Matthews, Luke Hagedorn, and Jace Nicholas.
Heritage Bank of the Ozarks halftime report. Brendan Matthews, Luke Hagedorn inside the Kenny Carroll Excavating broadcast booth. Your score at the half, Camdenton 21, Rolla 14. And look who we found. His first Camdenton Laker game in retirement. Jeff Shore is with us here. Jeff, it's great to see you, sir. How the heck are you?
Oh, it's great to be at Bob Shore Stadium tonight. How exciting. Awesome crowd. Excited to see our guys play. You know, I woke up this morning. I'm a huge fan. You got to remember, since I was 5 years old, you know, every Friday night of my life, I look forward to Lakers playing, you know. So even though I'm not in the coaching capacity anymore, I woke up feeling the same as always. Can't wait to go see the Lakers play tonight. So it's super exciting.
Well, yeah, it's the first time, Jeff, in a long time that you're here, you're watching the Lakers in a unofficial capacity, not as a coach or a player, but as, like I said, head coach emeritus, maybe we could call you here. What does this feel like?
You know, it's weird. I actually had dreams about it this week. Oddly enough, you know, I didn't think I would, but it obviously been doing it, you know, for so long. So I was kind of wondering how it's going to go. Of course, number one, I'm so excited to see our guys play, and our coaches. You know, I love those guys. Those are guys that are been with a long time. So you know, they're going to do a great job and are doing a great job. So excited for them and excited for our players. And like I said, just it's awesome to be here and watch some Laker football. It's a surreal feeling for sure. It's hard not to get in there and try to call a play or something like that, but you know, you can't do that. You know, I haven't seen one practice or anything else. Matter of fact, I've been gone most of the time. So, yeah. So it's been an exciting night for me on an individual basis.
Coach, catch us up on the rest of the Shore crew. I've seen Bo up at the studios talk about at Nine was in a little bit. Tell us what Bear's up to, and just kind of give us just to wrap up what the Shore clan is up to.
I'll start from oldest to youngest. My daughter Sophie's running a governor's race for Bill Eigel. He's running for governor, and which is really awesome for her. She got the brains in the family. Got them from her mom, and so she's been real great with that. And then Bo's got the movie deal going. So At Night Was In, which is amazing. I know absolutely nothing about movies, and I'm not sure how that happened, but it's sounding pretty good right now, so he's still going with that. They might be starting to make the movie here at Lake the Ozarks as early as the end of this September. That's kind of neat for the whole lake area. And then Bear, our quarterback here last year, he's playing at Mid-American Nazarene. He's actually on the traveling squad. He's in Lawton, Oklahoma right now as we speak. I think he said it's 106 degrees there. Oh. So they play tomorrow. I do not think he'll see any playing time, but he is traveling with them. So he's lasted. He's still at school, and he's still playing college football. So that's a good accomplishment.
That's awesome.
To be there the last couple of weeks. College football is hard. So real happy about that.
Well, you mentioned how happy you were. I mean, like you said, the coaching staff, basically everybody here, Jeff, you've worked with. How do you kind of manage? I mean, do you find yourself wanting to be around? How do you manage that? Because you cast a rather large shadow with what you've accomplished with this team. How do you handle that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I handled it the way my dad did when he left. Of course, he was, we all know his record, and I don't hold a candle to his successes, but I just stayed away. Coach Pitts and our rest of our coaching staff are fantastic people, and they're fantastic coaches, and so I stayed away out of respect, basically. And I couldn't wait to come here tonight, obviously, but this is the first time I've been seeing anything. I've been actually the first time I stepped on campus since school ended. So the main thing is let those guys do their job, because they're fantastic at what they do, and they've got a lot of enthusiasm, and so that's been kind of the answer for me. And I think that's the best way to do it. It's their deal. It's their, they're the ones in charge, and that's the way it needs to be.
When you're looking at this group, the seniors in particular, obviously the juniors you coach, the sophomores I'm sure you were familiar with.
Yeah.
But is there any player, when you look at these guys, like I said, you've been away from it, you haven't seen them develop or the steps they've taken in the offseason. Anybody kind of standing out to you as somebody who really took a step forward from what you remember them as a player last year?
Yeah, so that's another great question. But the D-line, Joshua's played really well, and of course played really well last year. And he got hurt there at the end of the season, which hurt us. And I thought he did Poling. Was a kid that's had a lot of potential and got healthy finally, and he's out playing well at junior, Dylan Poling. And so, those two guys right there, of course, Little DeMott, of course, Sam's always been a really good player for us, but Little DeMott's been a good addition. I thought he's really playing well. Of course, Little Dern, Carson, who, he's always showed talent, but, he's really grown and is a tall and rangy kid. And then, I've always loved the way Cade handles it. He's going to do a great job there at that quarterback position. We knew that all along. So, we felt really good for the last 5, 6, 7 years on our quarterback situation, So, all those guys have done a great job. Blake Ford, I think, has come out and played really well tonight in his role. I kind of lean on him a little bit more, and I think he's kind of taking that on.
Now you talked about all the time you spent here at the JOD. Various capacity. You have obviously a unique perspective up to those Lakers. One of those Lakers you might look up to, maybe on the field tonight down there, running one of the sidelines, and Rodney Knoll. But
yes.
But what memories, whether it's as a kid, as a player, as a coach, when you really think about your time here?
Did Luke, and a lot of these kids here, I love watching them play end zone football. That's where we honed our craft. You know what I mean? And I'm glad you pointed it out, because probably some of my best memories are made over there. We'd play in one corner of the end zone until Dr. Price would run us off.
High Brothers Lumber and Millwork is proud to be a locally owned business, supporting our local communities and employing local people. For lumber, hardware, plumbing, electrical, floor covering, kitchen cabinets, Valspar paint, and an extensive selection of windows and doors, stop by and let High Brothers help you. Meet the professional team at High Brothers Lumber and Millwork, South Highway 5, Camdenton. They have all the bases covered. High Brothers Lumber and Millwork is proud to support high school baseball teams and broadcasts.
When you're ready for a remodel, DKB Showroom is the place to start. You'll be amazed at the size and quality of selections we have to start your project. And with decades of design and plumbing expertise, no job is too big or too small for DKB. Call and schedule your appointment today. At DKB Showroom, we do kitchens and baths better. See our beautiful showroom in Osage Beach or visit dkbshowroom.com.
Allie Holman Howe Funeral Home, your hometown funeral service provider, has been proudly supporting Camdenton and the surrounding communities for 90 years. At Allie Holman Howe Funeral Home, we believe in giving back, remaining visible, and serving the communities that have welcomed us through the years. Our hometown staff is active in volunteering at local organizations. Brett Edson and the staff at Allie Holman Howe Funeral Home are proud supporters of Camdenton Laker athletics, and we wish all of our student athletes the best of luck in the upcoming season.
1, 2, 3, Lakers! Being a successful Laker athlete takes hard work, discipline, and teamwork, much like our work here at Polylift Boat Lifts. If you envision your team being the best, you will be the best. The effort you put into building your team and working together as one unit always pays off. And remember, Lakers, who's got it better than us? Congratulations to all the Laker athletes from... Being a successful Laker athlete takes hard work, discipline, and teamwork.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we specialize in retirement solutions and employee benefits. We use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of those we serve. Our goal is to provide you with the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Your team at Jennings provides a holistic approach to retirement solutions using tools to help with comprehensive will and trust documentation, assistance in funding trust, medical directives, and powers of attorney. We work with many companies, but we work for our clients. Health insurance strategies are a big part of financial planning. It is one of the 5 financial risks that we address. At Jennings, we'll address other financial risks, including inflation, taxes, market volatility, and longevity. Call or visit Jennings Insurance Group online today and learn more about how we can help you protect what matters most.
At the skate park, so that was a surreal moment.
Did you call in plays?
No call-in plays. I think Coach Shore was the honorary head coach, and Coach Pitts actually called the plays that game. So, Coach Pitts has already got one under his belt there.
Now, wasn't that Coach Pitts that actually was the
You are correct, Mr. Hagedorn. I actually didn't say anything. Coach Pitts is the one that got me kicked out of that game. So. Yeah, I was going to keep that under the hat, but that is a true story for sure.
Well, Coach, hey,
golly,
send your love to your wife, your kids, your whole family. You know how much your family means to my family, and I love growing up with you and being friends as adults, and I just love seeing you on Friday night.
Pull out the Tecmo Bowl, man. We got to play some Tecmo Bowl.
Yes, sir.
I think
sir.
you beat me in that all the time. But hey, guys, I appreciate
great
everything.
to see you.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for what you guys do for
out.
Laker football. And hey, let's go. Let's have a great season and get after it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jeff. That's Jeff Shore. It's the Heritage Bank of the Ozarks halftime report. Stover, Carpet, and Drapery plays of the first half coming up here. 93.5 Rocks the Lake, KRMS TV.
Out here, things become clear. We learn a bit more about ourselves and discover that the deepest bonds start at the surface. We might not know where the day will take us, but we can always trust Yamaha to put us in the center of everything we love about the water.
Visit Surdak Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks, 50 years strong.
Is the leading tree trimming company at the Lake of the Ozarks, offering tree removal, cleanup, tree trimming, emergency tree removal, tree. Visit bgtreellc.com to view 10 reasons why you should choose BG Tree Service for your 573-552-1138. Your roof's becoming a personally. He'll oversee your project from the first appointment to final cleanup. We all want honest, dependable, and consistent, so call Ellerman Roofing. You'll always get a fair price. Contact Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LLC, for all your commercial or
Great boating weather special alert. Late summer all the way till Halloween is the best time to rent a boat and tour this beautiful lake without all the traffic. And have the time of your life. Register online and receive up to 50. The law office of Mark A. Webb was founded out of necessity. It was clear when he started that the old ways weren't cutting it, and there was a need for modern solutions to modern problems. Simply put, established methods of law office management were wasting time and money. So he set out to bring his approach to the 21st century. Every effort's been made to incorporate technology into practice, helping make your experience modern and comfortable. That's the office of Mark A. Webb.
Bulldogs angling out to the left sideline and bolting down the left sideline for an opening kickoff is Colton Petersmith. 6-0 Bulldogs out of the gate. There's a flag down at the 24.
I'm hiding. Where? At Dave's Hideaway. Why? Well, there's no smoking, no pets. They have Wi-Fi, great barbecue pits, microwaves, refrigerators, best shower pressure at the lake, and the cleanest rooms. Coffee anytime, too. And they have great weekly rates.
Bob, where are you?
Oh, don't tell anyone, but I'm hiding at Dave's Hideaway, just west of the Camdenton Square on 54. Come join me at Dave's Hideaway, 873-7111.
Bob!
He brings it down. Big play. Durnin to Edson. 1st and 10. Lakers a butcher shot, first down. On 2nd and 7. Durnan's got time. Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers. And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
And boom go the fireworks. We got 7-11 for 6.
Split backs again behind Smith, the quarterback. Handoff running right, touchdown Bulldogs. That looked easy. Montgomery plows it in at 8:23 to go in the second quarter. We got a ball game, fellas.
Yep.
From inside the 2, Cade, little pump fake, QB draw right into the end zone, touchdown Lakers. Cade has a touchdown pass. He now has a touchdown run, and the Lakers are back out on top. 4:27 to go in the second quarter. Smith is going to throw, and he's going to get thrown down. Sacked by Cedarwald. It's an Oak Star Bank play to bank on. Clock is winding. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's going to do it. There's your first half. Stover Carpet and Drapery first half highlights. Lakers up 21-14. Let's get some Econo Lift boat lift stats. Luke's got to look at them here right now.
Equilibrium or balance on the offensive side. They had 10 rushes for 95 yards, and they had 10 passes for 127 times for 113 yards, and had 35 yards through the air. Camdenton quarterback, as mentioned, Durnin, he was 10 for 18. Carson Durnin had 3 catches for 37 yards. Braden Shepard had 3 catches for 22 yards, and Owen Borbet. Blake Ford had 6 carries for 76 yards. Seeks had 1.
First half, those stats brought to you by Econo Lift. Boat lifts right here in the USA. Find them online, econolift.com. We'll step aside, we'll come back. Heritage Bank of the Ozarks halftime report continues. 21-14, 93.5 Rocks the Lake, and KRMS.
If you have a residential or commercial new construction project, remember Ireland Construction. They handle remodels, construct steel buildings, and provide a variety of other services. Ireland Construction strives to meet and exceed the needs of their customers in a timely manner within your budget. Visit their Facebook page to view some awesome pictures. If you're thinking about a construction project, contact the best at the lake. Russell, Ireland. Ireland Construction, 573-434-0786.
Season, it's a great time to consider adding a high-efficient fireplace to your home. HMI offers solutions to more effectively zone heat your home. With HMI's knowledgeable staff and in-house certified installers and technicians, we can offer the highest quality workmanship and service.
Osage Beach, Sunrise Beach, Lake Ozark, and 2 branches in Camdenton. We also have locations throughout southwest Missouri and driven and relationship centered. Our decisions are made locally, and we care about. Or visit oakstarbank.com. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender. Oakstar Bank is proud to support the
Heritage Bank of the Ozarks halftime report continues. Camdenton up on Rolla 21-14. Let's go inside. Our standing by. He's got an update for us. Sammy, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Brendan. It is halftime around week. Glendale leads Waynesville by the score of 22-14. Meanwhile, Nixa quarter. Some shutouts going on right now. Kickapoo is up 42-0 over Hillcrest in Lebanon. Jeff City leads Osage by the score of 27-0 at the half. For the BG Tree Service Score Center.
Checking in with us a little bit later on in the broadcast. This has been the Heritage Bank of the Ozarks halftime. 21-14, third quarter on the way. Camdenton Laker football powered by Poly Live Boat Lives. 93.5 rocks the lake and Cam.
Bank of the Ozarks. Our Lakers are winners on and off the field. They play with integrity, strive to serve excellence. Our banking team also embodies these leadership characteristics. When it comes to banking, and go Lakers, we are behind you all the way. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Attention parents! Taking dual credit courses means your high school student can earn college credit at college are free for students who qualify for free or reduced lunches. Get a jump on college, save big in tuition, and visit www.
Do you know where to start with purchasing basic floor covering? It's simple. Just spend a few minutes with the experts at Stover Carpet in their showroom. Before you go or while you're headed to Stover's, make mental notes on prices, trends, and styles. The experts at Stover Carpet can educate you about installation and cleaning. Find out where the difference begins at an Ozark family-owned original, Stover Carpet and Drapery on Highway 54 in Camdenton.
At Summit Natural Gas, we believe enjoying the comforts and convenience of natural gas throughout your home should be easy. There are countless ways you can use natural gas, from cooking to heating, all with the benefit of knowing there's no need to worry about the hassles of outages or scheduling deliveries. Call us today at 1-800-927-0787 or visit summitnaturalgas.com to learn more. That's 1-800-927-0787 or visit us at summitnaturalgas.com to learn more.
It's the original home for Laker football, 93.5 Rocks.
Third quarter about ready to begin. Lakers up 21-14, and kickoff is about ready to commence. A First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen kickoff. We're going to go down to Jace Nicholas in a moment. He was talking to. They're waiting for the clock. Actually, let's go down to Jace for a moment as we wait for the clock to wind down. Jace, what Parr have to say?
Well, I got to catch up with a plethora of coaches, from Bob Shore to Parr Pitts, and they all kind of had the same thing to say. Offense looked good. You know, we went 3 for 4 with the exception of that 2-minute drill. That 2-minute drill is something they're going to develop over the course of the year and get a lot better at. But they were all concerned about the defense, and we don't have much of an edge presence. So what we're going to do in the second half is walk a safety up.
Appreciate that. And there you see the kick. The First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen kickoff into the end zone for a touchback. Camdenton will begin with the tenuous at this point, guys.
For two first-year head coaches, obviously both coaches have previous head coaching. The first game, oftentimes those halftime adjustments are so crucial because you really don't know what you have until they actually get out there and on defense for sure.
1st and 10 from their own 20 out of the Purple Tide 5 wide, but motioning into the backfield is Willard 4 yards on first down.
Another little update down here is Camdenton is out of sideline warnings, and the ref so much as it back.
Wow, that could be huge. Good eye there, Jace. Nice throw with DeMott.
It's another one of those things Jace mentions that the sideline warning is one of those first game things you got to kind of figure that.
That's enough for a butcher shop first down. Ball spotted at the 34. Durnan again, short pass, swings it. It's effective.
Dink and dunk, but that tempo, they're just going right after him, keep the pressure on.
It's a 5-yard gain across your radio dial. Motioning into the backfield, faking it this time and throwing to Blake Ford. Couldn't quite connect on the far side of the field.
Yeah, coming out of halftime when your guys are still fresh, you know, they got fresh on the defense, you know, doesn't allow them to sub, doesn't allow them to make adjustments as quickly.
Is Rolla has got just 2 down linemen, now 3 down linemen, and putting another for the first down. Probably didn't need to stretch, but hey, better to be 48-yard line.
When the Lakers get that first down, they can really put the pressure on with this high-tempo offense.
Now they're ready to. Cade quickly fires it in the flat and turning it up field. First catch of the ball game. Out of my roster, he was one of the late additions to the roster. He's not on the printed roster. Some of last week he's not on it. What a throw and what a catch.
Had plenty of protection. Rolla only rushed 3 on that play. The offensive line able to give Durnan time.
43 yards inside the Pacific Pools red zone. Another draw for Cade right up the middle. He's in for another touchdown. At 10:07 to go in the third, the Lakers extend their lead back to 2 touchdowns. It's 27-14.
And boom go the fireworks at Jaws of Death Stadium. Cade Durnan puts his second touchdown on the board with his legs tonight.
When you throw the ball as much as Camdenton does and you have such an exciting offense that can score from anywhere on the field, it gets really tempting to try to throw the ball down the field all game. What you just saw there was 6 or 7 short consecutive passes and then a long ball. Those short passes open that up.
Yeah, set them up, and then boom. Lakers connect. Cade caps it off with the touchdown run, and the Lakers lead it. Your Smith and Gustafson Law Firm score 28-14, 10:07 to go in the third. It's Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts, 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
When searching for a home loan, it's important to find a partner you can rely upon. Top producing mortgage team Mortgage Headquarters is here to help you find the perfect loan program that fits your needs. Whether it's your first home or your dream home, Mortgage Headquarters can help you own it. Their mortgage experts make it easy, helping you through every step of the process. Mortgage Headquarters is locally owned and operated with over 24 years of serving the Lake area. Visit lakeloan.com. Call 573-302-9990. NMLS 1229111. Listening to the 5-time state champs. It's Laker football on 93.5 Rocks.
28-14, Camdenton on top. Want to thank our official lodging partners with Camdenton Lakers on 93.5 Rocks the Lake, the resort at Lake of the Ozarks. They've got a brand new event center and wedding venue you've got to see. Plus, right next door at the Encore, they're now serving breakfast on Saturday and Sunday. Go to the resort, lakeozark.com. Brennan Matthews, Luke Hagedorn inside the Kenny Carroll Excavating broadcast booth. Jace Nicholas down on the sidelines. Sammy Stava inside our BG Tree Service Score Center. Mike Anthony back in Osage Beach. A great start to the second half here, guys, by the Lakers.
You gonna get yourself some eggs over there tomorrow, Brendan?
I might.
Another flag here. So, yeah,
top deck penalty.
It's going to be a delay?
Delay of game.
Yeah. It's the second time the Lakers have had delay of game on the kickoff, if I'm not mistaken, correct, Jace?
Yeah, so Coach Edson always gets all the guys together right before he's counting heads. That's twice now that they've had 10 guys and they're having to yell, kickoff, kickoff, kickoff. And then that 11th guy gets there real late. I imagine that's something that's going to get fixed this week.
I imagine that 11th guy may not be the 11th guy anymore.
It's a top deck penalty flag, home of the 50-year deck. The showroom is right here in Camdenton. Call 866-DECK-IT-OUT. DeMott with a little squib kick. And Rolla's going to recover it inside the Laker 45-yard line. I'm not sure if that was intentional or if he maybe whiffed it. Lucas Lara with the recovery, and it's 1st and 10. Rolla in business on the plus side of the field. Really interesting.
Yeah, I mean that was just tough to. I mean, it looked like they almost. It was designed.
It looked intentional,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
because it almost served exactly the purpose you were looking for. It had just enough top spin on it, but not quite enough. And Rolla's got it in prime territory inside the 45-yard line, 1st and 10. And a single back behind the quarterback, Easton Smith hands it off, and Willard DeMott there to finish off the ball carrier after a very short gain of maybe a yard. That was Steve Harris, 2nd down and 8 on the way.
If that wasn't indeed an intentional onside kick there, it does a couple things to the, in this game, obviously, if it works out, it works out. But going forward, that's going to put something on film for other coaches to have to think about. Be like, hey, these guys can maybe onside kick at any time. They're going to have to spend some time on that during their practices.
It was indeed an intentional onside kick.
They almost pulled it off, guys. Split backs behind Smith. A little miscommunication, was able to barely hand the ball off.
As he was getting tackled, comes up a little gimpy there.
So when I talked to Coach Bob Shore during halftime, he was kind of worried about where our edge presence was on defense. And what I talked to him and Coach Pitts, and we all came to the conclusion that it wasn't that we aren't able to stop the inside run, and so the outside run was giving us troubles, and there was continuing drives. And then when we got tired, it was a lot harder to win the trenches, and that's when the inside runs became effective. So the emphasis here in this second half is to make sure we stop the outside instead of hard edge.
Lakers with the 3 down linemen, stacking the box. Willard DeMott Sam DeMott knifing into the backfield, helped to blow that up. It's shy of the line to gain. And a flag flags in as well, top deck penalty flag.
Yeah, Lakers making great penetration, getting back there, arriving at the ball carrier the same time he's getting the ball. Is that a chop block there?
It goes against the Bulldogs.
Let's see if Jace can pick up what that penalty was there.
You called it right. It looked like a chop block.
Okay. It's just a weirder version of that signal there. That may be one we have to send back to the officials.
That's a killer penalty for Rolla, guys.
Heck yeah.
That puts them here right now in about, golly, that's 3rd and 17. Ball pushed back to the minus side of the field from their own 47-yard line. They need inside the Laker 35. Smith rolling out to his left, feeling pressure. Throws against his body, incomplete. Another flag flies in from the defensive backfield. Sam DeMott was following the intended receiver. Yeah, Stamper with the quarterback pressure. We'll await a word from our officials as to where this is going to go. They're having a little conference about it here.
Talking things over a little bit.
28-14 the score in favor of the Lakers. It's going to be pass interference on the offense, and the penalty will be declined. It'll bring up 4th down.
So in high school, if the ball is in the air and there's any conflict between the defensive back and the receiver, if the ball is in the air at all, it is considered a pass interference. It does not have to be the intended receiver.
A good point, Jace. It brings up 4th down as the penalty is declined, and Rolla is going to kick the ball away.
So the Lakers take a chance with that onside kick to start the second half, even after the penalty, and they're not punished for it at all here, as we'll see what kind of field position they wind up with, of course, with Durnan set to return this punt.
We're building that Mid-City Lumber game plan at the start here tonight. Remember the Yellow Jackets and stopping that flex bone attack. Rolla's shown some signs here tonight, but they were gifted great field position, and they end up losing 7 yards in the process. And about to give the ball back to the Lakers here in what could be a pivotal offensive series. Low snap and a almost straight up the elevator shaft punt. It does take a very beneficial Bulldog roll.
Carson gives it a little deke there as if he was going to pick it up just to force the issue on that one.
Down at the 27-yard line. It's going to be a punt of about, at the end of the day, about 28 yards. It's a quiet side, quick shot, change of possession, give it back to the Lakers here at their own 23.
All right, Lakers were all about tempo in that opening drive of the second half. Let's see what they come up with here on their second drive of the second half.
Shepard and Durnan are the receivers to Cade's left. And setting up that tunnel screen to Shepard. Sheds one tackler, tried to shed another and couldn't. Gets wrangled at about the line of scrimmage. Might have gotten a yard. It's second down. You know how much I love that play, Luke. And they've tried to run it 2 or 3 times here tonight. And we're going to get a whistle to stop play because it looks like I don't think we've had this might be our first stoppage for an injured player tonight, guys.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many of those tonight. And
we're starting to get into cramp range, I would think.
That was going to be, like I said, on a night like tonight. And regardless of the weather, first game of the season, oftentimes it's the first time you've really played a full four-quarter game. You can try to simulate it all you want in camp or in practice and things like that. But it's a different speed, it's a different circumstance when you're actually out there underneath the Friday night lights.
Well, and kudos to both sides, and kind of knock on wood here, the game's not over, but kudos to all the kids and the coaches for focusing on being hydrated, getting their nutrition. That's something Parr talked about. Hey, you guys have to have this under control days before the game because of the heat and the humidity in play here. And this is our first young man tonight, and it's Mason De La Garza, who is helped off the field. And again, he jogs to the sideline under his own power, so clearly in that cramp vicinity.
And what I liked during your interview there with Cade was it was clear that message got through because you could hear the coach's voices echoing in his words, saying not only is it a responsibility to yourself, but it's a responsibility to your teammates to keep yourself available to perform with your fellow Lakers out there.
Cade Durner, our Poly Live Boat Lift player spotlight tonight. Cade calling out the signals with Blake Ford motioning into the backfield. Blake gets it, reverses his position, now bounces to the outside, turns the corner, turns on the afterburners, tried to cut back, leans forward inside the 45-yard line. Great burst by Blake Ford. It's going to be a gain of 26 yards and a butcher shop first down.
Great burst, great vision to see that hole, and great instincts to attack it to the outside.
And another nominee for our Anna Marie Hopkins Smarter Move Real Estate Group, powered by Ozark Realty, Smarter Move of the game.
Another penalty, going to tack on another 5 here.
Another top deck penalty, like you said, Luke, +5 to the 40 of the Bulldogs. Brendan Matthews and Luke Hagedorn with the inside, the Kenny Carroll Excavating broadcast booth. Great to have Kenny Carroll back with us. Visit KennyCarrollExcavating.com or call 573-317-0464. Cade fires in the flat and turning it upfield a few yards after the catch there for Edson. He brings it to the 37-yard line.
I love second and short because it opens up the entire playbook and it really puts a pressure on the defense. You can either just go for the first down or go for the jugular.
7:27, New Spring Wellness Center time check. Lakers up 28-14, but on the move again. High snap. Cade wants to tuck it and run. Spins out of one tackle. Legs are still churning, but he's going to get bottled up. Shy of the line to gain. He's going to be 2 or 3 yards short.
Seen a few of those high snaps, and what that does, not only is it risky, it could turn out to be a disaster, it throws off the timing of some of these plays. And so oftentimes an offense is based on that timing, and now Lakers are looking at a third down.
Shout out to our High Brothers Lumber and Millwork Hoggies. They've been doing some work here tonight across that offensive line from Lane and Reap and Hilton, Youthy. They've been great. Durnan fires underneath inside the 35-yard line. That's going to be enough for another butcher shop first down. Borbet with the catch. Really impressed with the receivers, guys, getting to their spot, finding the soft spot in the zone, cutting back quick, and moving the chains. I've seen it dozens of times already tonight, and quickly to the line, snapping the football and swinging it out to Blake Ford, who's going to pick up a few yards. But Luke, I've really noticed that tonight the yards after catch are there, but finding that spot, and that's where the short yardage passes and that dink and dunk come into play.
And Cade's doing a great job of distributing the ball to several different receivers, keeping guys involved, but also keeping the defense on their heels, not knowing who the go-to guy is.
This is Willard DeMott motioning into the backfield. He gets a touch, breaking tackles inside the 25-yard line, wrestled down shy of the line to gain, but third and short on the way for the Lakers, knocking on the door of the Pacific Pools red zone.
And Chase can probably speak to how important it is for a quarterback to keep a receiver involved, keep a receiver engaged, play in, play out. We can talk about it on the next play.
Ford motioning into the backfield. Cade fakes to him. Wants to tuck it, lower his shoulder. He's going to bring it inside the Pacific Pools red zone, or right at the line of the Pacific Pools red zone, and enough for a butcher shop first down.
Well, in an offense like this, as a receiver, you have to stay engaged, whether or not you've had a ball thrown to you this drive, last quarter, or not at all in the game, because the plays are designed to be so quick, and you can be the one open. You got to be ready.
Cade pump fake on 1st and 10, has some time. Throws over the middle. The ball is caught inside the 15-yard line to Shepard. Down to the 14, gain of 7. Quickly getting to the line. Cade trying to get a call from the sideline. Maybe not as quick now. Inside the Pacific Pools red zone. 2nd and a long 3. From the left hash, moving right to left. Cade the snap. Looking left. Feels some pressure, throwing a little wide of his intended target, Edson.
I bet Cade liked to have that one back because that was a perfect opportunity because Rolla was bringing the heat. You just dump that right over the pressure. You're going to find a soft spot in the defense and get some good yardage out of it.
I felt like he was rushed by just like a millisecond or two there because Edson was almost to the spot and Cade had to let go of the football just a little earlier than he wanted to. 3rd and short. Cade trying to find a little space, and this time could not quite get rid of the football in time. Sacked back at the 18-yard line. A couple of Bulldogs getting off the bottom of the pile. And credit 1, Steve Harris, 2, Hayden Caddick. It's 4th down. Lakers keep the offense on the field. 4th down and call it 6.5 or 7. Cade, 3-step drop, now steps up. Rolls to his left, eyes down the field, throws down the field, and it's caught for a touchdown! Carson Durnin! Acrobatics! In the short corner of the end zone, the Lakers are on the board again, 4:18 to go in the 3rd.
And boom go the fireworks as Carson Durnin goes airborne.
And they're going to bring it back for a hold. My goodness.
So excited for that one, too.
Golly.
But what an incredible catch by Carson Durnin. He goes up, elevates, kind of taps it with one hand to himself, and is able to come down with that football. But all for naught as the Lakers are called for a holding, and they'll have it again for 4th down.
Yeah, almost converting 4th and 7 into a touchdown. Now they've got 4th and a lot longer than that. Call it 4th and about 16 or 17. Outside the Pacific Pools red zone now at the 27. Cade drops back, has time, throws again for Carson in double coverage through the wickets, incomplete. He had him, and I tell you what, the ball was elevated just enough over the defenders, and the two brothers almost connected again.
Yeah, it was right in the same spot of the end zone. Going back to Carson on that one, and that's a play they're going to make down the line. They're going to get that one figured out. They found something they like there. Got some frustration of this Laker offensive line coming off the field because they knew they had something going there, but now it's back on the defense here to protect this 2-touchdown lead that the Lakers have. 28-14.
Turnover on downs. Haven't said that a lot tonight. And great confidence and a couple good calls there by Parr and Andrew Knowlton to give their offense a chance. We're going to get a water break here, guys. Let's take a timeout as well. Camdenton up by a score of 28-14. Rolla with the ball, though. They're not out of it. They're with the football next. It's Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts, 93.5 Rocks the Lake, and KRMS TV.
When you're ready for a remodel, DKB Showroom is the place to start. You'll be amazed at the size and quality of selections we have to start your project. And with decades of design and plumbing expertise, no job is too big or too small for DKB. Call and schedule your appointment today. At DKB Showroom, we do kitchens and baths better. See our beautiful showroom in Osage Beach or visit dkbshowroom.com.
When it's time for a new lift, it's time for Econolift. Family owned and proudly made right here in the USA. Econolift boat hoists are built with totally enclosed polyethylene tanks and durable galvanized metal parts for more stability in high traffic water. All wear points are protected with polyethylene or nylon bushings so your boat lift lasts longer too. Add a lifetime warranty on the tanks and you'll see why Econolift boat hoists are the most dependable yet affordable lifts available today. And simply the best. Econolift on Old Route 5 in Camdenton or online at econolift.com.
It's the original home for Laker football, 93.5 Rocks.
Misdirection run by the Bulldogs. They're going to sprint out to about a 13 or 14-yard run and pick up a first down. Mason De La Garza, who came off the field with cramps a few minutes ago, moves the chains for Rolla.
Yeah, oftentimes when you run those misdirections, those counter plays, those trap-style plays, it's really you're trying to use the Lakers' aggressive nature against them, trying to get the defense thinking you're going one direction, they overcommit, and you come back the other way. And that time it worked out for a first down, and the Rolla's drive here, trailing the Lakers 28-14 with 4 minutes left in the quarter.
And we're going to go down to Jason in a second and see what he's seeing, moving that extra defender into the box, as he talked about at the end of halftime. And here's another bounce outside for a big gainer inside the 40-yard line. This time it's the quarterback, Easton Smith, who held on to the ball and scampers for a 20-plus yard game, and it's got Rolla on the plus side of the field at the Camdenton 36-yard line. Jace, the new look to the defense right now, the last two plays don't look so good.
Well, those last two plays bounced outside, right? So the box is still packed, and it's very hard to get a run up the middle, but we're still lacking that edge. We're not having anyone come up the field and set a hard edge.
They've shown it to be vulnerable, and we've seen Rolla bust it to the outside and make a big play, and here's a handoff up the middle, and again taking tacklers with him was the ball carrier Hayden Emery.
Looked like an unbalanced line, extra tackles here to the near side of the field there, and they ran to the strength of the formation on that one.
Some hands on hips here for the Laker defenders. We know it, man. It is hot. It is still humid. Better down there than I think up here in the booth, where it is stuffy. It is warm. We're sweating.
Yeah, but you guys aren't running around on the field.
We aren't. You're right about that. Great point. Here's a handoff up the middle, breaking tackles inside the 25-yard line, all the way down to the 20. And another hard run by Caden Kinder, and this running back by committee for the Rolla Bulldogs has things going right now. They're inside the Pacific Pools red zone, 1st and 10 at the Camdenton 19-yard line.
And Jace, we may not be running around on the field, but we're also not teenagers anymore either.
Absolutely right. We got to carry all this equipment up those stairs, Luke. That's no easy task.
And our broadcasting gear.
Here's a handoff, and the Lakers do a great job this time of watching the handoff, and another late flag, top deck penalty flies in at the end.
And for a game that was so clean in the first half, not a ton of penalties. Here, in the later part of this first half, and now here in the early parts of the second half, the laundry's been flying.
Unsportsmanlike against the Lakers.
Somebody diving on the pile there or something to that effect. Officials relaying the message to the sideline, kind of let the coaching staff know what happened there.
Am I dreaming, or did it feel like the first quarter there were very few penalties, but they have ramped up and then some ever since?
Yeah, absolutely. We commented on how clean a game it was early on, and then the tide turned a little bit.
Do want to let everybody know, check out our social media, 93.5 Rocks the Lake on Facebook, Sammy at Camdenton on Facebook, our own Sammy Stava monitoring that account. It's brought to you by Lake West Excavating, and check out all of their work at the Lake West Excavating Facebook page. And I think Sammy's going to have that our picture with Jeff. It was great to have Jeff Shore up, Luke, during halftime. That was so much fun.
Yeah, we could have gone another 20 minutes having conversation with him. For us, doing this together for 14 years and kind of growing with Jeff as he grew into his role, we got to call his entire career as a head coach. Pretty neat deal. And like I said, he was another one of those guys I looked up to all my life. One of my greatest memories was holding his blocks during track meets here, here at this stadium, at this track. He was a sprinter, pretty fast guy in his day, and I would hold his blocks, and I was so proud to do it.
We're inside the Surdike Yamaha 2-minute warning. 2nd down and short for the Bulldogs. Split backs behind the quarterback. Easton Smith wants to toss it right, trying to turn the corner inside the 5. Another flag. It's a touchdown as it stands right now for De La Garza, but I think it's coming back. Top deck penalty on the field.
Yeah,
definitely a hold there on the edge.
Yeah, the posture of everybody Rolla moving backwards here, so Chase is on top of it.
Move it back and take the Bulldogs out of scoring range. Now suddenly outside the Pacific Pools red zone. Nose of the football on the 20.
Just outside, yeah.
Second down and a long 10. Easton Smith. Ball came out. Quarterback kept it and then lost the football. And the Lakers are going to have the ball. Coming away with the football, it's an Oak Star Bank play to bank on. I was at right side of the defensive line. Did a great job of making sure Smith didn't give up the ball and then bring him down.
You know, you talk about a running offense, you say it's a low-risk offense. But when it's an offense like this where the quarterback is asked to make so many ball fakes and other ball-handling maneuvers back there in the backfield, that's just more opportunities for things like that to happen. Miscommunication between quarterback and running back. Am I going to keep it? Am I going to take it? Am I going to leave it? And that time the Lakers will get the football and get to start their drive. They got 80 yards to go to put points on the board.
Colin Stamper with the recovery on that Oak Star Bank play to bank on.
Lakers get out there in a hurry and snap that ball off, get it to Blake Ford, and he picks up a good chunk of yardage on that first down. Lakers are going to try to see what they can get with less than a minute and a half before the fourth quarter here. I think they're trying to put the pressure on Rolla and really use this tempo here in this last part of the third quarter.
Cade fires in the flat and turning it upfield for a big gainer. This could go all the way to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 15, 10, 5. It is a long touchdown for Braden Shepard, and the Lakers have opened this thing up at the JOD. And there are no flags on the field.
And boom go the fireworks at Jaws of Death Stadium as Braden Shepard leaves everyone behind and puts 6 on the board, and the Lakers up 34-14 against the Rolla Bulldogs.
And the short screen, all Shepard had to do, he had about one level to break, and then he was open field.
And he looked back a couple times, and I was like, oh, just keep running, don't look back. But he was just making sure he didn't need to make a move there at the end of that play. What an addition to this Laker offense, number 88, Braden Shepard.
PAT on the way for Willard DeMott. Good snap, good hold. The kick is a little short, but it clears the crossbar. It's good. And wouldn't you know it, another penalty flag, another top deck penalty flag. So let's keep it here.
I think that they'll enforce that on the kickoff probably.
It looks like it will. It's going to go against Rolla, so we will step aside. Your Smith & Gustafson Law Firm score, Camdenton 35, Rolla 14. It's Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts, 93.5 rocks the lake.
High Brothers Lumber and Millwork is proud to be a locally owned business, supporting our local communities and employing local people. For lumber, hardware, plumbing, electrical, floor covering, kitchen cabinets, Valspar paint, and an extensive selection of windows and doors, stop by and let High Brothers help you. Meet the professional team at High Brothers Lumber and Millwork, South Highway 5, Camdenton. They have all the bases covered. High Brothers Lumber and Millwork is proud to support high school baseball teams and broadcasts.
You're listening to the Lakers on 93.5 Rocks.
Minute 3 to go here in this third quarter. Camdenton up 35-14, and guys, we start to feel a little better about this lead. It's now 21 points. Big plays through the air for the Lakers. The latest one, about 77 yards there. Cade Durnan to Braden Shepard to make this a 21-point Camdenton advantage.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a 50-yard pass, 30-yard pass, whatever. Short pass, and Braden Shepard did the rest with his legs, pulling away from the Rolla defense, put 6 on the board.
5 touchdowns for the Lakers. And really, you know what, guys? It's not like they've been playing on short fields. For the most part, the Lakers have been going the length of the field on these scoring drives.
It's a little confusion here on to which end we're playing on.
It's still the third quarter, guys.
Rolla set up as if it was in the fourth quarter. Oh, man, and so that penalty was against the Lakers?
Dead ball, I guess, after the play. Would that have been unsportsmanlike?
One of the officials.
I did not see a signal.
He's over here on the sideline explaining it to, looks like Parker Pitts there.
Great to have Parker up in the coaching staff as well on the offensive line.
And one of those guys we called some games for.
Indeed. Another squib kick there by Willard DeMott. It's going to be fielded at the 27-yard line. And the Lakers going to bottle this thing up.
Pretty effective there. It was a little risky because it could have gone out of bounds there, but nice job there.
Special teams tackle. I've got Brady Mills on that stop. He puts Rolla 1st and 10 after the return to about 18 yards at their own 40 after that squib kick.
So now you just mentioned Parker Pitts, but out of the entire varsity coaching staff, there's only one coach that didn't graduate from Camdenton. So that's really cool.
But he's been here, over a decade as a coach too. So, I mean, he certainly has a Laker purple and gold.
Oh yeah, that's not a knock.
No,
Golding's the only guy, and he's just as much a Laker as the rest of them. He's one of my favorite coaches playing.
1st and 10 from the 40. We get some movement on the line. And it's going to be procedure against the Rolla Bulldogs. How about those Laker Hoggies up there, powered by High Brothers Lumber and Millwork? Some of the guys like Balderas and Dominic Poling doing some of the dirty work tonight.
Yeah, he got
that defensive front.
Poling got his money worth after that penalty too. He knew once Rolla moved, he could come across and get a little taste of the action there, and he made the center pay for it a little bit.
Tyler Blecker out there as well. We've called his name a couple of times tonight. We haven't called his name a ton, but Spencer Mellencamp out there right now on defense. It's great to have Spence at least on one side of the football here tonight. Again, not playing offense. A little banged up, but he's giving it a go. And the ball carrier this time, nowhere to go, was tackled from behind. Short gain for Hayden Emery. And again, that Laker defensive front doing a good job of getting some hands down there, down low to trip him up.
Well, they got Spencer in that walked-up safety role we were talking about coming out of halftime. So he doesn't need to be quite as quick as he would if he's playing free like he typically does.
Second down and 14, ball at the 36-yard line. Tight formation here by the Bulldogs. And again, no urgency for Rolla right now. They're down by 21. And more of that kind of vintage. And ball come out there at the end? I thought I saw it hit off the turf, but Rolla maintains possession. Is going to be 3rd and long, but that's going to bring us to the conclusion of this third quarter with the Lakers now in command, up by 21. It's 35-14 over the Rolla Bulldogs. It's Camdenton Laker football, powered by Polylift Boat Lifts on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Hi, this is Katie with Royal Heating and Air. Missouri weather can be unforgiving on your heating and cooling system. That's why Royal Heating and Air offers a variety of Rheem heating and cooling systems and free estimates. We service all makes and models, offer indoor air quality solutions, and are proud supporters of our community and of the Camdenton Lakers. When your furnace is on the fritz, don't be left in the cold. Call us at 573-480-4313 or find us online at royalheatandair.com. Rheem Heating and Cooling Systems, the new degree of comfort.
(573-317-0464) for Kenny Carroll Excavating.
We bleed purple. Do you? It's Laker football on 93.5 Rocks.
Fourth quarter about ready to commence. Camdenton up on Rolla by a score of 35-14. Let's make a visit inside the BG Tree Service Score Center. That's where Sammy Stava is standing by with this update. Sammy.
Yes, Brennan, going on right now. Things are going down to the wire in week 1. In fact, we already have a final as Nixa beats Webb City by the final score of 14-7. Meanwhile, Glendale has taken a 29-22 lead over Waynesville late in the third. Locally, Jeff City is up 33-3 over Osage late in the fourth. From the BG Tree Service Score Center, I'm Sammy Stava. Back to you guys for the fourth.
Thank you, Sammy. Very good. Maybe a bit of an upset there. Nixa has been good, but they knock off Webb City. John Roderick, their longtime head coach, retiring at the end of last year. There's a true changing of the guard in many locations, Luke. In Southwest Missouri high school football, John Roderick is, my goodness, one of the all-time greats when it comes to coaching here in this state. And Webb City with a loss there week one. We don't say that very often.
Yeah, Nixa has a great team. That
Sure do.
Jackson Cantwell is a beast from what I understand, just throwing dudes around. And I guess when your father's an Olympian, that tends to happen. But Jace was talking about the longtime Lakers and the guys with purple and gold run through their veins. Got a message from our good friend Michael Siegel, listening out of state, I'm assuming tonight, but I'm sure he'll be here in the JOD at some point this year. But he's got other plans on his.
The nuptials are coming up here soon. I'm looking forward to the wedding later on this fall. And we've got a procedure against the Bulldogs, who are going to have to punt this football away, and they're going to give themselves a little less room to do it. Steve Harris handling those punting duties. High snap. One of his better kicks tonight, a really good kick. He's going to hit at the 34 and roll inside the 35 down to the 34-yard line. Very nice punt, inside the 25-yard line after the roll. That's going to be 1st and 10. Lakers up by 21. It's 35-14 here in the fourth quarter. Camdenton with the ball.
Yeah, looking forward to, as you mentioned, the nuptials coming up. Getting my dancing shoes ready for the reception. I could put on some moves at a wedding reception.
You might be able to. I'm looking forward to that. Quiet Side Quick Shop, change of possession, might I add, just off Highway 54 west of Camdenton on State Road AA next to the Roach Post Office. The great little store that has it all.
And a little high snap there for Durnan. He's able to corral it, but again, it just throws off the timing a little bit on those runs. And those runs, you're trying to get to the line of scrimmage in a hurry, get behind some blocks and get going. But when you have to kind of hesitate like that, it takes the momentum out of the legs of the running back.
Out across the 25. 2nd and 8. Purple Tide 5 wide. Cade looks left, now right. Now throws down the numbers, and it's caught going up to bring it in is Edson. It's another butcher shop first down, and that's going to be our Anna Marie Hopkins Smarter Move Real Estate Group, powered by Ozark Realty. Smarter Move of the game. Call Anna Marie at 573-544-3587. Another first down pass and catch. Durnan to Edson. And here's a pump fake by Cade, eluding a tackler, directing traffic downfield, dumps it short. Nice awareness there by Cade and Edson for a short gain and avoiding the sack.
Yeah, you get the smarter move play there, and I think it's always a smart move to throw to your 6'3", 175-pound senior receiver who's got some wheels on him.
Feel like everybody in this receiving corps has made plays tonight. Doesn't it feel that way?
Yeah, and that's bad news for the Ozark Conference, because you never know. You got to pick your poison.
Ford motions into the backfield and spins out of a tackle, a short gain, and that kind of goes to your, going into the lab tonight, Luke. You talk about the equilibrium and balance, but also balance in the receiving room where everybody is making plays, and that's without Spencer out there tonight on offense.
Yeah, and if you have a number one cornerback, who are you going to put him on? Going into the season, I think you put him on number 3, but so many other guys have made plays here.
Looking forward to those final Econo-Lift, boat lift stats here tonight, because the Lakers have spread the wealth, but here's a rare drop by Edson as it went through the wickets.
He was just looking for some rack there, so he looked away. He looked upfield just before that ball got to him, and
also looked like a Cade Durnan fastball maybe there, Jace.
One of those 97-mile-an-hour coming off the mound.
He's got a few of those. So this brings up suddenly, feels very sudden, 4th down for the Lakers. It's 4th and short. Inside the 45 of the Bulldogs, motioning into the backfield. Fake it to Ford, but Durnan's going to get hit and dropped, and it looked to be shy of the line of game.
Flag comes out.
There's a flag back
at
the 48 in the Laker offensive backfield. Legal shift.
Yeah.
penalty declined, and Rolla's got the football back as they've got just a little glimmer of hope here.
So I love that motion into the power and the outside power into the jet sweep. But the Lakers are going to have to be very, very careful to make sure that motion guy is not moving forward before the snap of the ball. It's a very important timing between the center and the quarterback there.
And as a running back, you kind of want to get that forward momentum to kind of use that to your advantage, but brings out the yellow laundry if the ref catches you. Going to take another water break here? Is that what we got going on?
The water break on KRMS Osage Beach. Putt to the Motor Hut, help to power our broadcast here on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. KRMS TV is taking a look at some of those pictures on the LOZ app, folks. And if you go to some of our social media there, and that's powered by Lake West Excavating, they'll give you some of the directions. Sammy will give you the directions to the LOZ app, and that's really cool because just a couple of taps there on the app, Luke, and you're into our TV broadcast.
Yeah, it's an awesome app. We're glad to be partners with them through the Viper Communications Group. You can catch all of our radio stations on there, as well as KRMS TV. Catch local programming, the news updates that Matt Markovy does such a great job on, as well as Mike Anthony, sometimes on the weekends, covering all aspects of Lake life, including Laker football.
Also got to watch a guy's tailgate show tonight on KRMS TV 32.11. I believe that's going to precede our pregame show most weeks. Looking forward to that. Smith hands it off on the option up the middle. Bringing it out across the 45-yard line is Caden Kinder, who's had a nice night tonight as Rolla looks for some playmakers. They've had, again, we talked about the running back by committee, and a lot of talk about Parr's debut. It's been the debut tonight for Derek Heflin, the Rolla head coach, coming by way of Washington High School. He's a Rolla graduate, though, so he's back home. I know he's excited about that and excited to see what he can do with his alma mater. And, again, this is a district game. Who knows, guys? We may see Rolla again in a couple of months. And something tells me they're going to be a little better than they are tonight.
They certainly improved last season, and with the amount of underclassmen they're playing tonight, they could only get better.
And I should say, this game's not over yet. That's a toss right to Colton Petersmith, who turns the corner and picks up a first down inside the 45-yard line.
Petersmith, another sophomore, being called upon here in the week 1 for the Bulldogs. And some of these names we're saying tonight that are sophomores, they're going to be seniors, and they're going to be back in the JOD week 1 their senior year. And if the score holds up here, they're going to remember the last time they were here. They may have to come back in the districts or something in the meantime, but they're going to remember this game. And not looking too far ahead when I'm looking 2 years down the road, but when new program, we've seen it time and time again in the conference and across the state. New coach starts playing those underclassmen, you're building for a year down the line.
No doubt about it.
However, the JOD has for a long time now been one of the hardest high school venues in the state of Missouri to come into and win. So do you think that might affect the psyche of those guys coming back their senior year? That might have a negative effect on them, going, oh man, that game was so hard, that crowd was rocking. It might hurt them more than help them.
Yeah, it's true. It just kind of depends on the character of the kid and the coaching they receive. But you're right, Jace. There's been a number of games going back a long time that were won well before the kickoff even started, just based on the atmosphere here at the JOD.
I didn't see the flag tack on 15 yards, and another top deck penalty flag flies in. And you start to get to a point here where, again, the heat and humidity, where you're going to make more mental mistakes because the heat affects you physically, but then that starts to trickle down mentally a little bit for these guys, and we're probably seeing more penalties than we would in a normal weather situation week.
Yeah, you start to get lazy, so your fundamentals start to lack. You start to you get that sweat in your eye, you get distracted by that, your gear's all sweaty, it's coming down out of your helmet, and the ball's slick, and there's so many more things to think about. Instead of the fundamentals and following the rules, and that's just kind of the way that rolls sometimes.
Well, that time the ball, there was a hold against Rolla, so that backs him up.
I think it was a chop block.
The chop block backed him up 15. So 15 for 15. We're all even now, except they're looking at 1st and 25 at the 38-yard line. Harris motions out as a receiver here near side. And Easton Smith rolls out to his left, trying to throw downfield. He does, and he connects with Harris inside the 35-yard line. Knocked out of bounds there. Mellencamp was there, and also finding his way over to the sideline was Cedarwall.
It's some of that penalty yardage back, but not a ton. It's still behind the chains here.
Really cool hidden facet about tonight's game. With the way our defense is structured with all these rotational players, you get into your second and third guys. Those guys are younger, so week 1 through week 6, you might see them struggle, but come week 7, 8, 9, those guys are going to be solid and really getting their fundamentals down.
And Lakers putting that, again, that extra attacker in the box here on play action, trying to exploit that as Smith throws underneath and didn't quite have his equilibrium on his side and couldn't connect with his intended receiver. He's going to bring up third down and very long here for the Bulldogs. The clock has been stuck here around 9 minutes, 8:44 to go in the fourth. Lakers lead by 21. It's 35-14. That's your Smith & Gustafson Law Firm score. I'll tell you what I love about this early schedule. Lakers, this is just the start. We had the Jamboree at home last week. We've got 2 more home games before the Lakers play their first road game of the year at Parkview. It's that unbalanced line as Smith wants to throw deep middle into a crowded of Lakers and unable to bring in the football, but a whole host of Lakers there, including Deontay Hare. He was all over that football.
Yeah, got some hands on it, had an opportunity. A couple Lakers are in the area, but here we are. Rolla staring down a 4th and forever. But in this part of the field,
ball spotted at the 32. Rolla looks like they will try and go for it here on 4th and 20. Smith, 3-step drop, fires far sideline, has a man who goes up, can't make the catch. I think he would have been shy of the line to gain anyway. It's a quiet side, quick shot, change of possession, give it back to the Lakers with 8:30 to go in the ball game. Camdenton up 21.
Yeah, had he actually made that catch, it would have effectively been a punt and pinned the Lakers inside the 20-yard line. Instead, they're going to take over 1st and 10 from the 32 here. A little bit more breathing room. 8 minutes, 30 seconds left in this ball game. Lakers merely need to run out the clock without letting Rolla put 3 scores on the board. But I have a feeling that Nolting and Pitts and the rest of the boys are wanting to put some more points on the board.
Well, we need to score one more time because my pregame prediction was 42-14 Camdenton. So,
well, we're closing in on it, Jason. We're going to see the Lakers run out of more of a power set here, out of a pistol, but the H-back featured here as well. Is this will give them a chance to maybe start to salt the clock away a little bit.
Yeah, and it's a good chance to work on that power running game, that work on that balance that we've been looking for. Also put some more stuff on tape for those Ozark Conference foes coming up. You got some big games down the line for the Lakers, and you want to put some of that stuff on tape and let folks know, hey, we're not just the Purple Tide 5 wide anymore. We're multifaceted here.
We heard from Jace there a second ago. Lensmart Optical and HMI Fireplace sponsoring Jace's Eugene Levy eyebrows as we get a big gainer here from Mitchell Seeks. He might go all the way to the 20, 15, 10, 5. It's a Laker touchdown as Mitchell Seeks takes it to the house. How about the afterburners on number 1 there, fellas?
And boom go the fireworks as Mitchell Seeks had his own rocket behind him. Just shot out of a cannon, burst through the line of scrimmage. Rolla had committed so many people to stop that there was nobody to catch him downfield.
Don't look now, that aforementioned score of 42-14 is about to become a reality. Lakers have had some big plays, some big chunk plays. They're not afraid for the short yardage plays as well. A lot of different variables here for this Laker attack. It's been impressive tonight. The PAT is good. Your Smith & Gustafson Law Firm is Camdenton 42, Rolla 14. It's Laker football powered by Hollywood Boat Lifts. 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Drift away with the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Start with some basic facial skin treatments to a variety of body massage treatments, or choose from 8 different spa packages to discover the perfect combination of services to relax, rejuvenate, and refresh your mind, body, and spirit. Call for an appointment, 573-348-3535.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
It's the original home for Laker football, 93.5 Rocks.
Inside the Kenny Carroll Excavating broadcast booth, Lakers up 42-14, getting ready for another First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen kickoff. Visit yourlakeloan.com. So Jace, 42-14, looking good, man. Looking like you might be able to hit that on the head here tonight.
We will see. Can these second and third string defensive guys hold on to that score?
Here's another squib kick by Willard DeMott, and the whistle's going to blow the play dead. I'm not sure why.
Did he fair catch it?
Well, the official, I think he might have accidentally blew his whistle to wind the clock. That was really weird. But the ball, it looks to be downed at the 20-yard line. That was strange. Lakers up 42-14. Go ahead, Jace.
Well, the offense is going to continue to work in that pistol set more and more. They're going to get better every week because they're still practicing it during the week. So they're going to feel like they can integrate it more and more. And when you get to week 6, 7, 8, and you're able to do just as much pistol as you are purple tide, we're going to see a really cool, really balanced offense because they can throw out of that set too. We just haven't seen it at all.
Well, defensively, they've had some leaks at times. Our Mid-City Lumber game plan was remember the Lebanon game. And more specifically, remember that regular season Lebanon game last year. But the Laker offense has made it to where defensively, Luke, it gave this defense much more of a safety net tonight.
Well, when you're playing a rushing offense, you're playing the wishbone, wing tee, any of that, you're going to see 7 or 8 different variations of those sets, and you're only going to see about 6 different plays. So once you get over their alignment, goofing you up on defense, you just do the same assignment football, and as the game went on, our guys got better and better and just did their job.
And got to say, guys, see a lot of the starters are still out there on defense for the Lakers. Here's a pitch running out to the right and getting bottled up. There's nothing doing there for Caden Kinder. And the Willard DeMott among those Lakers getting there to bring him down. A TFL, down to 6:40 to go. Your New Spring Wellness Center time check in this fourth quarter.
Yeah, it looks like Spencer Mellencamp's night's over. He's over here on the training table with his foot wrapped up, his leg wrapped up. Looks like that high ankle sprain is haunting him here in the second half. Or maybe they're just, protecting him.
Just being safe. I mean, again, you're up by 28 points.
No reason to get out there, but I understand the senior would sure like to be out there with his brethren.
Little misdirection again. Handoff goes to Kinder again. Breaks one tackle, crosses the 30-yard line. Is going to have enough to move the chains.
Hey guys, I'm catching up with Jacob Curley down here, the Celerity Media Hog Review. What do you think about that power that they just ran to the left?
Yeah, they're going to call that play power left. They're going to use the exact same running concept as a 42 power, so it's a great kick out, a double team from the tight end and the left tackle, and then the rest is history. They're in the defense for essentially the spread. They're not going to stack the box. They're not going to have linebackers looking, and it'll be there all day.
Jacob, nice job, buddy. Appreciate getting a chance to hear from you. And Jace down there, you guys are doing a great job helping to promote this broadcast and this football team. Fun season ahead. Another first down on the pass and catch to Colton Petersmith. I'm just going to be curious, guys. Again, we might see Rolla in a few months. How this team does progress. They're not going to be happy losing by 3 or 4 touchdowns here tonight. But I do feel there's something there's enough to grow with here with head coach Derek Heflin.
Yeah, they got some talent out there. Obviously, trying to rely on this offensive line as they come together and they gel. This offense has shown some flashes.
Another misdirection, trying to strip the football out there, not quite able to get it free was Brady Mills. Pickup of 6, maybe 7 yards. New Spring Wellness Center time check, 5 minutes to go in this football game. In what's been a sweltering Bob Shore Stadium.
As I mop my brow, it reminds me of my first freshman football practice right down in that end zone on the left side, and I will tell you the story after this play.
Single back with 2 wing backs. Smith wants to throw, right sideline, up for grabs, incomplete, but we're gonna see a flag for interference. So Camdenton's had a couple of opportunities with balls just kind of up there for grabs and not quite able to bring them in for a pick.
Well, and that kind of goes to my story a little bit. Down here, first freshman practice, I'd been kind of a B-teamer guy leading up to my freshman year, but hit the weight room hard, really hit a growth spurt, so I got the opportunity to be the starting center on the very first practice. And at the end of the practice, I come over to Coach Bayless and I bring him the football, and he looks me dead in the eye, so serious. And if you know Coach Bayless, how he can look like that, he goes, "Hagedorn, did you sweat on my football?" And I was like, yeah. And he's like, good. But the moisture on the ball may be a part of the reason why some of these 50-50 balls are hitting the turf instead of coming up with interceptions here.
All right, 1st and 10 for Rolla at the Laker 34-yard line. Saw us right into some space. That was Dela Garza, the ball carrier. And a lot of whistles being blown. I don't know if we have another top deck penalty flag being thrown. Also want to shout out once again our lodging partners on our Camdenton Laker radio and television broadcast. The Resort at Lake of the Ozarks. Go to the resortlakeozark.com. I just want to say, at a time where service means so much as a customer, I gotta tell you, I've been blown away with the friendly service over at the Resort at Lake of the Ozarks. It matters, folks. It matters if you're a consumer. I know it matters to me. If I'm going to give my business somewhere more than once, I'm looking for great service, and they provide it, and then some. Really appreciate helping out with the Laker broadcast this year. Here's a run, bringing it inside the Pacific Pools red zone, and another flag. 3:11 to go here in the fourth quarter. My goodness. Top deck penalty flags everywhere.
And Brendan, of course, you're well known as a connoisseur of service and lodging services.
I am, no question about it.
As a guy who's spends his life on the road somewhat,
especially in the fall, and especially during Camdenton Laker football season. My busy season. Did a lot of work covering Mizzou football last night. Had a chance to talk to Mizzou football coach Eli Drinkwitz. Excited for the Tigers. And I know Coach Drink is excited. I went on record last night. Be skeptical if you must. 9-3, my prediction for the Missouri Tigers in 2023.
We can delve into that a little bit more.
Yeah.
9-3. Now I'm curious of the three.
Georgia, LSU,
okay,
and who's my third loss? Kentucky, at Kentucky.
They got Tim Couch back?
Kentucky's pretty good. Kentucky is a good team, but that's a good pull there on 1990s Tim Couch, former #1 overall draft pick, I believe.
I believe the offensive coordinator at the time was.
I don't know.
Mike Leach, I believe.
It was Mike Leach. Yes, it was the Pirate. Good call. Unfortunately, we lost Mike Leach last year. What a great personality in the world of football.
And what an impact he made on offensive.
Oh, my God. Offensive football. This is Mike Leach football. We see it everywhere. We're seeing it right now. Not so much by the Rolla Bulldogs, although they do convert another pass for a first down. near the Pacific Pools red zone. 3 minutes to go in this football game. Clock is stopped as they move the chains at 3:01. Right on the door, right on the line of the Pacific Pools red zone. 42-14 Lakers. That clock starts back up again.
Got a little conversation going on there between Jeff Shore and the sideline official there.
I love seeing Jeff down there. I mean, Jeff's basically got his game day attire on, which
he still had his hat with the athletic tape cross on the bill.
He's only missing the headset right now.
I didn't check and see if he's wearing his purple belt or not.
He is not wearing his purple belt. I was just about to tell you. That's the only thing he's missing tonight is his khakis and his purple belt.
I don't know if you've noticed, Jace. I still wear my purple belt. It's the same one I wore as a player in the 90s down there. I wear it every Friday night. I lost it one year right at the beginning of the season, and I panicked. But now I have a special place for it to stay over the winter, so I know where to find it in the fall.
Ball marked at the 16-yard line inside the Pacific Pools red zone as we hit the Surdike Yamaha 2-minute warning. Misdirection ball goes to Della Garza. He's got some room inside the 10. Pinballing off tacklers inside the 5. It's going to set up goal to go for the Rolla Bulldogs with 1:52 to go in the ball game. Inside the Pacific Pools red zone. So there's definitely things to work on for the Lakers next week. Defense will be a point of emphasis. Look forward to hearing Jace talk to Parr about it coming up here in a few minutes in our Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp, postgame show.
Clock's ticking away on this Rolla Bulldogs.
Toss right, Della Garza cut it back left at the goal line. Touchdown, Rolla. 1:28 to go in this football game. And the Bulldogs are going to get to 3 touchdowns tonight.
And, for Laker fans, it's not a big deal here. It doesn't affect the point differential when it comes to the calculus, when it comes to determining the district seeding. I believe, I have to revisit it as we get closer, but I do believe 13 points is probably the cutoff there. So still outside that margin, which is important.
PAT is good. Your Smith & Gustafson Law Firm score, Camdenton 42, Rolla 21. We'll step aside. It's Camdenton Laker football powered by Poly. The boat lifts 93.5 rocks the lake and KRMS TV.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. Hewlett's has partnered with a local bank to help people who have had financial hiccups or unexpected issues in life that have affected their credit. We have access to extremely low subprime rates and the right vehicles to get you back on your feet in no time. Hewlett's is a place to help you purchase from a compassionate, reputable dealer that can offer service after the sale. Come see us today and let's get started. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton.
No pressure, low prices, that's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett. ShopHewlett.com.
You're listening to the Lakers on 93.5 Rocks.
Coming up, our First State Bank Mortgage Team last in kickoff. Lakers up 42-21. Look, I understand there are some folks out there that doubt my Mizzou over Kansas State prediction.
Yeah, a little controversy here going on there. Jeff Mellencamp says you're crazy. He says they ain't beating Kansas State.
Game is at Mizzou. I'll just say that. Game is at Mizzou. Kansas State, hey, they're the defending Big 12 champs. I don't discount that. It'd be a massive win for the Tigers if they can pull it off. Might be a little wishful thinking on my part, too. I'm not going to deny it. Lakers bring the ball out across the 25-yard line to the 27, where they'll begin. 1:19 to go in the football game, up by 21. And Luke, heading into the football lab maybe one more time tonight to, your call about equilibrium, the balance for this football team, I think, is really come into play.
It is. We're so used to, like I said, for years we were used to run only. Then for years it was pass only. Then last year, with Bear Shore as the quarterback, he was running the ball, but it was out of that quarterback position. And then a few years before that, with Cooper Ezzard as the main receiver, those passes were like kind of an extension of the run game, but it was just a lot of the same. Yeah. But Parpitch and Andrew Nolting have shown several different looks tonight, and here we are again. They're going to have to take a timeout, a little late substitution there, frustration.
Well, Cade's still in there at quarterback, but we've got a host of kind of the second stringers getting in there. And that, by the way, inside the football lab, Luke, brought to the folks by Lake Ozark Water and Sewer.
And one point I was going to make after that last touchdown, and now here they have this penalty. You're still outside that margin for the district seedings, but that touchdown is going to stick in the craw of the defensive coaching staff. And then these penalties are going to stick in the craw of the offensive coaching staff. And it's going to give the Lakers something to work on, something to coach, something to point to. You don't want to leave a game with a bad feeling in your mouth, but even after a pretty dominating win, to have some things that you can coach and say, hey, it wasn't a perfect night. These are some things we have to improve. And that's how you get better, and that's how you go out and win a conference title.
Cade hands off on 1st and long. Out to the 35-yard line. First carry of the ball game there for Carter Butts.
Got another late flag coming in.
Another top deck penalty flag. Top deck, folks, home of the 50-year deck. Getting their money's worth tonight. And the deck it out hit of the night. Tell you, there are a few nominees to say. I'm going to give it to one Colin Stamper. Not so much for a hit, but that big fumble recovery he had earlier in the ball game might have, not to say it sealed the deal, but it felt like any hope Rolla still had was kind of snuffed up on that turnover.
No personal foul against the Lakers. You're going to back them up. And again, another coaching point. As you mentioned, you get late in the game. But these are some, you got some subs in there. And, Cade's still out there running the show, but he's not surrounded by his normal first-team guys out there. So it's really a stress on his leadership right now to get these guys lined up and executing the plays as they should.
I thought the starting offensive line tonight, we'll give another shout-out to those High Brothers Lumber Hoggies here tonight. They're mostly out of the game, and nice pass and catch to Carter Butts. But a shout out to that starting offensive line. Cole Lane at center, right side of the line with Nathaniel Reap and Kaysen Youthy. Left side of that line, Carson George, and the tackle, Garrett Hilton. And I thought they were tremendous here tonight.
And Reap on that play right there is the pulling guard out there. Got 2, maybe 3 decent blocks on that, and that led to the first down here. Lakers have an opportunity to basically run one more play and then probably kneel it out from here.
High snap, again, give it to Butts. Can't break a tackle, dragged down with 27 seconds left on the game clock. Like I said, might have been the final play of the ball game here in week 1. A successful debut for Par Pitts as the head coach of the Camdenton Lakers.
Cade's not going back out to the huddle. He's already at the 50-yard line getting ready to start that handshake line. Always like to be first in line on the handshake line if you got to win.
Folks, that'll do it. The Camdenton Lakers are 1-0. Par Pitts 1-0 as head coach of the Camdenton Lakers after a 42-21 win tonight at the JOD in a sweltering Bob Shore Stadium. We'll step aside. The Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp postgame show is coming up next. It's Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts, 93.5 Rocks the Lake, and KRMS TV.
Alley Home and Howe Funeral Home, your hometown funeral service provider, has been proudly supporting Camdenton and the surrounding communities for 90 years. At Alley Home and Howe Funeral Home, we believe in giving back, remaining visible, and serving the communities that have welcomed us through the years. Our hometown staff is active in volunteering at local organizations. Brett Edson and the staff at Alley Home and Howe Funeral Home are proud supporters of Camdenton Laker athletics, and we wish all of our student athletes the best of luck in the upcoming season.
1, 2, 3, Lakers!
Out here, things become clear. We learn a bit more about ourselves and discover that the deepest bonds start at the surface. We might not know where the day will take us, but we can always trust Yamaha to put us in the center of everything we love about the water.
Visit Surdak Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks, 50 years strong.
The Camdenton Lakers.
Welcome back.
With school in full swing, busy schedules can make dinner time challenging. Hi, this is Chris at the Butcher Shop. Come see us for easy and healthy dinner
a successful
options,
night.
with roast for the slow cooker and lots of ready-made sides. We're here to help make your dinner time less hectic and more enjoyable. We also offer the highest quality lunch meats, perfect for those school lunches. Give us a call at 573-346-6665. We are located behind Central Bank in Camdenton, or online at butchershopathelake.com.
Lake West Excavating is ready to help you with your demolition and excavating projects. Waterline, state-certified septic installations, land clearing, driveways, foundations, footings, and grading is just some of what they do. Owner Jacob Baker will personally oversee your project and offer hands-on supervision. Residential or commercial, Lake West Excavating has the experience and equipment to get your job done right and on time. Visit Lake West Excavating on Facebook and call 573-789-9553.
Let's review tonight's action. The postgame is sponsored by Ellerman Roofing, a division of Concord. Now back to the field with Brendan, Luke, and Chase.
It is the Ellerman Roofing, a division of Corp post-game show. 93.5 Rocks the Lake, KRMS TV. At Ellerman Roofing, a division of Corp, you deal with the owner personally. He oversees your commercial or residential project. Call 573-348-3553. A successful opener for the Lakers here tonight, 42-21 over the visiting Rolla Bulldogs. Another opening night win over Rolla. And Luke, I felt like this game really had a little bit of everything. There was plenty of adversity. There was the heat. There were some penalties. You felt like Rolla was hanging around this game. It's certainly stressful into halftime. But this was a Camdenton Laker offense that came to play here tonight. And I think made a pretty strong statement that this offense is diversified. It got a lot of different playmakers. It's going to be a fun year.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, you love coming out with the win. Love getting to kind of stretch your legs offensively, kind of work your way through several different formations, several different receivers getting the ball, several different running backs making plays. It was a real good night for this Lakers squad, but at the same time, it wasn't perfect. There are things to improve upon, and I think this Laker team will understand that, because kind of how the game ended, game started out a little iffy. Lakers did really good in the middle, and then kind of finished a little iffy. So the coaching staff has many things to go back on the film to review, kind of emphasize, make things better, because the competition's only going to get tougher next week with Kickapoo coming to town.
No doubt about it. Next week will be very tough. I think a Kickapoo team some might have as one of the favorites in the Ozark Conference. I think we're going to have a lot of favorites once again this year. A lot of teams battling for that top spot here in the Ozark Conference. We're going to get to our Stover carpet and drapery plays of the game here as well. And we'll get down to Jace here in just a couple of moments. Some big plays here tonight, Luke. I think our Poly Live Boat Live player spotlight, Cade Durnan, I thought really stepped up from the moment go here tonight.
Yeah, I think the Jamboree was a good night for him. He got some experience last year. He was able to, make some plays on the varsity level. But anytime he made those plays, it wasn't really a high pressure situation. It was oftentimes in mop up duty or other situations like that. Because last year's team really had two quarterbacks in Bear Shore and Cam Durnan. So Cade, when he got out there, it wasn't necessarily against the number one defenses. It wasn't necessarily high pressure situations. Last week at the Jamboree, of course, it's a simulated situation. It's not high pressure at all. But it's your first time being the guy. But tonight was the first chance when they're really keeping score. It's a conference game, district implications, and I think he performed well, both with his arms and, he made some plays with his legs, which coming into the season, we knew that was going to be a little bit different with the shift in quarterback, because for Bear Shore last season, his ability to run the football was such an integral part of the game. Not so much with Cade, but he did make some plays on the running game.
He did make some plays in the running game here tonight. And I like the fact that we saw I think the running game is going to be a very important aspect of this offensive attack, and we knew that Blake Ford was capable. We saw him in various roles a season ago, Luke, but I think seeing him motion into the backfield a little bit more, he's got opportunities, and I think he's got the capabilities of putting up big numbers throughout the year, obviously on the ground, but you can certainly use him in the passing game as well.
Yeah, he's one of those guys coming back with experience last year, starting experience last year, and he had experience in crunch time from time to time. So those are those lessons you learned, you can bring it into tonight, and he certainly put it on display out here in front of the crowd at the JOD.
Let's go down to Jace. Jace will be standing by here with Coach Parr Pitts in just a moment. Of course, Jace, his updates brought to you by LensMart Optical and HMI Fireplace Shop, as we hope to be getting down to Jason and Coach Parr Pitts here in just a moment.
There he comes.
Down to Jace. Take it away, sir.
Coach Pitts, a very busy man, very big night. We had a great turnout tonight, huge opening night here in Camdenton. Tell me why it's so special to win in front of the Camdenton Lakers hometown crowd.
Well, I feel like that part of our community is this stadium. It's kind of brings all those outlying communities together, and it's sort of that focal point in the fall. And we had a great crowd tonight. We had all those youth football guys, middle school football guys, cheerleading, dance. We had all of those things, and it really brought, I think, a ton of people here, and they were into the game. It really helped us as we went along.
Absolutely. There's no better feeling than driving down 54 and seeing all those purple pride flags out there. We talked right after halftime about how important getting more men in the box was going to be and stopping their run game. Proved out very effective. Tell me what you guys did and why it worked so well.
Well, you're exactly right. They kind of went to a double tight set, and they went some unbalanced. We had game planned to have some splits in there so they would take guys out of the box, but they didn't. And so we had to adjust to get 8 in the box to try to stop that run game. So we were a little bit more aggressive, playing a little bit of man coverage, pressuring with our outside backers, and that helped a ton, putting a lot of guys in the box. So, it's kind of that old saying, if they have a double tight set and 3 backs, you're going to have to get 10 guys in the box, and so that's what we had to do.
Absolutely. So I know that you guys as a team are very self-motivated. You don't need a ton of bulletin board material, but the Ozark Conference rankings had you guys probably a little bit lower than any Camdenton Laker football team ever should be ranked, and they had a certain Kickapoo ranked above you guys going in. We're playing them week 2, big game, hometown. Tell me how you guys are looking at that and what the motivation is there.
Well, personally, I didn't know that, and somebody said that earlier today about the rankings. I didn't know that. I've nothing against newspapers and all that stuff. I don't read them, but it'll definitely fuel our fire to go and compete against teams that people think are better than us, and then hopefully we can prove those things wrong. I think that at Camdenton we've been the underdog often, for such a perennial winning program. Oftentimes we get overlooked because we don't have the biggest, strongest, fastest guys always. But I think that's going to give us a little bit of want to as we go into. We know Kickapoo is going to be a very athletic team. They have been in the 10 years that I've been here, and so nothing's going to change there. So we're going to have to come out, play hard, a lot fewer penalties. I thought penalties was an issue tonight for us. We got to get those cleaned up, and then be able to play, dynamic football on offense and pressure defense.
Well, Coach Pitts, fantastic week 1. We're all proud of you guys. We're looking forward to seeing what the rest of the season holds. Thank you so much. Right. Go Lakers.
Appreciate it.
Jay, some final thoughts from you down there, buddy.
I think Coach Pitts hit the nail on the head there. The only negative that I really saw from this week is we had a lot of undisciplined penalties, and something that they've wanted to do as a coaching staff this year is be the most disciplined team on the field week in and week out. Tonight they weren't that. Whether or not you thought the calls were controversial from the referee, the officiating staff, got to correct myself there, they were still thrown, and there should never be any reason to have those thrown. If that's going to be a strong suit going forward, I think we would have scored 50 points tonight without a couple holding calls, without a personal foul call here and there. And I'm really looking forward to when this team hits their stride offensively and defensively and becomes who they can really be based on the expectations this coaching staff has for them.
Jace, great job, buddy. You're week 1 in the books as a regular season game. Sideline reporter, great job, man. Powered by Lensmart Optical, and his eyebrows sponsored by HMI Fireplace Shop. This is the Ellerman Roofing postgame show, a division of Kimes Corp. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got highlights, we've got stats, we've got scoreboard, we've got pork chop all coming up. It's Camdenton Laker football powered by Polylift Boat Lifts. 93.5 rocks the lake.
Allie Home and Howe Funeral Home, your hometown funeral service provider, has been proudly supporting Camdenton and the surrounding communities for.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we specialize in retirement solutions and employee benefits. We use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of those we serve. Our goal is to provide you with the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Your team at Jennings provides a holistic approach to retirement solutions using tools to help with comprehensive will and trust documentation, assistance in funding trust, medical directives, and powers of attorney. We work with many companies, but we work for our clients. Health insurance strategies are a big part of financial planning. It is one of the 5 financial risks that we address. At Jennings, we'll address other financial risks, including inflation, taxes, market volatility, and longevity. Call or visit Jennings Insurance Group online today and learn more about how we can help you protect what matters most.
From total joint replacement to the times that matter most, our commitment runs deep.
Being a successful Laker athlete takes hard work, discipline, and teamwork, much like our work here at Polylift Boat Lifts. If you envision your team being the best, you will be the best. The effort you put into building your team and working together as one unit always pays off. And remember, Lakers, who's got it better than us? Congratulations to all the Laker athletes from all of us at Polylift Boat Lifts.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
The Lakers are winners here tonight, 42-21 over the visiting Rolla Bulldogs. The Par Pits era begins with a victory. Let's hear some of the highlights from the night. Stover, Carpet, and Drapery brings you some of the big plays from your Lakers here this evening. A line drive kick is fielded at the 4-yard line by the Bulldogs, angling out to the left sideline and bolting down the left sideline for an opening kickoff is Colton Petersmith. 6-0 Bulldogs out of the gate. There's a flag down at the 24. My goodness. Ford motions into the backfield. Blake gets it running into the end zone for a touchdown. Blake Ford may want to hand that to Par Pitts. His first touchdown as head coach of the Camdenton Lakers goes to Blake Ford. Lakers lead 6-0, 6:40 to go in the first. Here's 1st and 10 for the Lakers on offense. Deep down the right side, looking for Edson. He goes up, and he brings it down. Big play. Durnan to Edson. 1st and 10. Lakers a butcher's shot first down. On 2nd and 7, Durnan's got time. Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers. And it's Durnan to Durnan for the first time this year.
And boom, go the fireworks. We got 7-11 for 6.
Split backs again behind Smith, the quarterback. Handoff running right, touchdown Bulldogs. That looked easy. Montgomery plows it in at 8:23 to go in the second quarter. We got a ball game, fellas.
Yeah.
From inside the 2, Cade, little pump fake, QB draw right into the end zone, touchdown Lakers. Cade has a touchdown pass. He now has a touchdown run, and the Lakers are back out on top. 4:27 to go in the second quarter. Smith is going to throw, and he's going to get thrown down. Sacked by Cedarwald. It's an Oakstar Bank play to bank on. Clock is winding. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's going to do it. Pump fake as Cade Durnan rolls to his left, throws deep down the left sideline looking for Shepard. He goes up, and he makes the catch inside the 5. goal to go. Durden to Shepard.
Fighting for the ball there. Little tug of war for it.
Another draw for Cade right up the middle. He's in for another touchdown. At 10:07 to go in the third, the Lakers extend their lead back to 2 touchdowns. It's 27-14. Fourth down and call it 6.5 or 7. Cade, 3-step drop, now steps up, rolls to his left, eyes down the field, throws down the field, and it's caught for a touchdown. Carson Durden, acrobatics. In the short corner of the end zone, the Lakers are on the board again. 4:18 to go in the third. Cade fires in the flat, turning it upfield for a big gainer. This could go all the way to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 15, 10, 5. It is a long touchdown for Braden Shepard, and the Lakers have opened this thing up at the JOD. As we get a big gainer here from Mitchell Seeks. He might go all the way to the 20, 15, 10, 5. It's a Laker touchdown as Mitchell Seeks takes it to the house. Folks, that'll do it. The Camdenton Lakers are 1-0. Par Pitts 1-0 as head coach of the Camdenton Lakers after a 42-21 win tonight at the JOD in a sweltering Bob Shore Stadium. Those are your Stover Carpet and Drapery Laker highlights. Family-owned business located on Highway 54 in Camdenton, 573-346-2208. The Ellerman Roofing post-game show, a division of Kimes Corp. More coming up after a 42-21 Laker win. 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
The law office of Mark A. Webb was founded out of necessity. It was clear when he started that the old ways weren't cutting it, and there was a need for modern solutions to modern problems. Simply put, established methods of law office management were wasting time and money. So he set out to bring his approach to the 21st century. Every effort's been made to incorporate technology into practice, helping make your experience modern and comfortable. That's the office of Mark A. Webb. If you have a residential or commercial new construction project, remember Ireland Construction. They handle remodels, construct steel buildings, and provide a variety of other services. Ireland Construction strives to meet and exceed the needs of their customers in a timely manner within your budget. Visit their Facebook page to view some awesome pictures. If you're thinking about a construction project, contact the best at the lake. Russell, Ireland. Ireland Construction, 573-434-0786.
Hi, this is Katie with Royal Heating and Air. Missouri weather can be unforgiving on your heating and cooling system. That's why Royal Heating and Air offers a variety of Rheem heating and cooling systems and free estimates. We service all makes and models, offer indoor air quality solutions, and are proud supporters of our community and of the Camdenton Lakers. When your furnace is on the fritz, don't be left in the cold. Call us at 573-480-4313 or find us online at royalheatandair.com. Rheem Heating and Cooling Systems, the new degree of comfort.
When searching for a home loan, it's important to find a partner you can rely upon. Top producing mortgage team Mortgage Headquarters is here to help you find the perfect loan program that fits your needs. Whether it's your first home or your dream home, Mortgage Headquarters can help you own it. Their mortgage experts make it easy, helping you through every step of the process. Mortgage Headquarters is locally owned and operated with over 24 years of serving the Lake area. Visit lakeloan.com. Call 573-302-9990. NMLS 1229111.